welcome everyone. WASP has passed its 5th year with an extended program with initiatives towards AI and maths. And we are 400 people gathered today. All of you enable WASP to continue building the foundation for ensuring relevance and impact for research. Today we'll do 3 things. We'll celebrate the research that WASP has paved way for. We'll provide inspiration and insights from top WASP researchers, international speakers, industrial partners, and high-profile decision makers. And we will discuss the development of Sweden as an AI nation. I know that all of you have valuable contributions and insights to contribute with in the discussions today, and we will be using the chat extensively for that. I'll return to that shortly, but first a few words of welcome from Program Director Anders Ynnerman. Hi, Anders.
Hi, Beata. Thank you very much for introducing the program for us today, and I would like to say a few words to the WASP community here.
Go ahead.
Looking back 5 years in time when WASP was set up, we had an original vision and a mission. And today, looking at that vision and mission, there are 2 words that really stick out to me. And it's the words excellence and platforms. And I think what we're going to see today is how the focus of excellence and platforms has manifested itself in the aspects of preparing us for the era of AI, and how we can contribute to put Sweden in this fast-moving and critical area in an excellent position. Now, the success of WASP lies very much in the systematic work that we have been doing over the years with several different instruments that have been shaping the platforms and providing the context for the research that we have been conducting. We have our research program, we have our graduate school, we have the recruitment program, we have research arenas to collaborate with industry, we have internationalization, we have collaborations with some of the leading institutions, universities in the world, and we have communication events and networking. And of course, today's event is an example of how we are reaching out to a wider community with the WASP content, the mission, and the message. So I'm very proud that we are today we'll be seeing some of the results of the WASP program. The nearly 40 recruited junior and senior researchers that we have so far attracted to Sweden. Some of them will be appearing during today's program. Our ambitious goals have increased over the years, and our goal is now to establish 80 new research groups. We will have 600 PhDs enrolled in the graduate school, have gone through the system by the year 2030. Now, in view of the expansion and the continuation, the extension of the program, last year we went through a work of defining a strategy and a narrative based on the first 5 years of success. And we have described this in a document, Paving the Way to 2030, which is available on our homepage. There are a few things that stick out in this strategy. One of them is the new initiatives that we are launching this year called NESTs. And the NEST stands for Novelty, Excellence, Synergy, and Teams, where we are soliciting research, really cutting-edge research, addressing the difficult challenges and putting together excellent co-PIs to work jointly on projects with potentially very large impact worldwide. In response to the call, we had 35 proposals, and 20 of them have been selected for international peer review, and are going through that process right now. We have also looked at enhancing the contact with industry by launching a number of new research arenas, and you will see more and more of these appearing during 2021. And also, in view of the expansion of the program, we have unified our graduate schools. So WASP now has one unified graduate school containing really exciting and excellent courses for our 600 PhDs. I also want to mention the collaborations that we have spawned, and of course one of them that sticks out is, and also recently announced, is the collaboration with the data-driven life science, moving the WASP focus into the area of life science in a very exciting way. And the call for proposals is really targeting picking up the low-hanging fruits that can very easily kickstart collaborations between WASP and the life science domain. I can't resist to just say a word about the focus for this afternoon as well, which is going to be the infrastructure and the very exciting machine learning daemon that we have put in place at the National Supercomputer Center, the Berzelius system that you will hear much more about in this afternoon. So we have today put together a very exciting program that will showcase how WASP is building the excellence for the era of AI. I hope you will enjoy the day.
Thank you, Anders. I will make sure that you do, and that we'll have a dialogue on stage. I'd like to ask, what kind of interest has WASP sparked internationally, would you say?
I think there is a significant interest in looking at how we are systematically working with recruitments, how we are building the research program, where we are sort of having both a bottom-up process and now how that bottom-up process is meeting the strategy and the ambition that we have in terms of now addressing the really hard challenges in the whole WASP domain, with a particular focus on AI, of course.
Talking about talent, you're scanning the world for the best and the brightest, and Amy Loutfi has a key part in that as her role as WASP co-director for recruitment. Anders, why don't you introduce Amy Loutfi?
Absolutely, I'd be delighted to do that. Now, Amy Loutfi has been the chair of the program committee for WASP4ALL, and really, I should say, when WASP was given the mission to address also AI, we were scanning the whole country for excellent researchers and talents, and our eyes very quickly got focused on Örebro University and Amy. Amy is now very engaged in the WASP program, both as a researcher, but she's also taken on the role as co-director, and she will be the one who's been guiding us, who will be guiding us through today's program, how we are showcasing how WASP is building the excellence. So Amy, over to you.
Thank you so much.
Amy, what's most exciting in your pursuit of recruiting the best talent to Sweden?
Well, I think it's really exciting to work on recruitment, because recruitment is very much about people, and it brings longevity to the program. It's also the fact that when you recruit people from different backgrounds, from different perspectives, it injects sort of a diversity into the program where we start looking at different problems within AI and autonomous systems. So I think really recruitment is sort of the key to enriching the research program.
I think we'll talk much more about that. Amy will be my sidekick and help me manage the chat today, which will be our primary channel for communication. So, because I know that so many of you have valuable contribution and insights, I want to establish the chat right away. So let's just see if you find it. It's at the bottom of that Zoom window. And can we just start by very straightforwardly asking you, what's your view? Where are you? What do you see? Are you looking out over a meadow with cows? Do you have pets running around your feet? Are you in the kitchen, in the basement? Just give us an idea of where you are and see if the chat works, and I can get it here in the studio. We are at Visualization Center in Norrköping, me and Amy. At the SEB office, Nicholas Moch. Great to have you with us on the show, Nicholas. Let's see who else is there. At the same office, we're busy at the office. As restrictions are being eased in Sweden, more and more people are returning to something called the office, Amy.
That's right.
Let's fill in, continue filling in where you are. It just gives us a nice sense of, we see you out there. Can you also, throughout the day, give us your connection to WASP, so we know who's in the room with us, so to speak, and what you can contribute contribute with, and maybe I will ask you straightforward questions. So Amy, we'll talk about in the chat, and you and I will talk about recruitment. We'll talk about how WASP can enable researchers going forward. What else do you hope that will spark today?
Well, that's an excellent question. I hope that we see what is really sort of at the forefront of AI research in Sweden, but also see the synergies that is created within AI research and areas that are tangent to AI research. So both in terms of application, but like I said before, you know, the synergies in the sense how looking at one problem area drives another problem area.
Mm-hmm. You're also a professor at Örebro University. What are your connections in your daily work between your research teams and WASP?
So we, of course, work with our new recruits. So we have PhD students that have been recruited via WASP in our research center. We look at very specific problems that we see drive the research forward. We have a number of researchers who have projects, so these collaborative projects. And I think one thing that has been very interesting, particularly within the AI program, and we'll hear a little bit more about that today, is that there have been instruments that have enabled researchers at Örebro University also to collaborate with other researchers within Sweden. And I think that's the case for many of the Swedish researchers.
And that's so great to hear. Let's start by rolling a film describing WASP.
From self-driving cars to smart cities, AI and autonomous systems are changing the world as we know it. In a not-so-distant future, AI systems will be part of our everyday life to a much greater extent than they are today, interacting in ways which we could only ever imagine. And the key to developing AI and autonomous systems for industry, society, and citizens: long-term, systematic, foundational research. Enter WASP, the Wallenberg AI Autonomous Systems and Software Program. Launched in 2015, WASP is a Swedish initiative with a mission to build a world-leading platform for academic research. Today, WASP is by far the largest individual research program in Sweden, putting Sweden at the forefront of the high-priority areas: artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, and software. To realize its vision, WASP defines and drives an ambitious research program, a graduate school providing depth and width in this rapidly moving knowledge domain, and research arenas that bring industry and academia closer together by sharing resources and competence. Attracting top talent to Sweden through strategic international faculty recruitment is another important focus area, as is internationalization realized by partnerships with leading universities, such as Nanyang Technological University, UC Berkeley, and Stanford University. Ultimately, this makes for a unique world-class research program, one that enables multidisciplinary collaboration between outstanding researchers and Swedish advanced industry, pushing the boundaries of knowledge and technology in one of the most competitive research areas today. As for the future, let's just say that quantum leaps are being made. And WASP is paving the way.
WASP is Sweden's largest individual research program ever, and WASP is to a major extent funded by the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation. It's my great pleasure to introduce the Vice Chair, Board of Directors of the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation, Marcus Wallenberg.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for joining this meeting today. I think it's a great pleasure for me to be saying a few words about this. So the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation and the foundations connected to our family has as a major task to support Swedish basic research and excellent researchers in doing different projects or programs like this and so on. And I would say that we feel blessed in many ways with the WASP program, and let me say why. First of all, I'm extremely happy, and I think we all are from the foundation's point of view, because we were encouraged a number of years ago to move much more forcibly into the digital technology, the autonomous systems area by a number of good friends in the research arena, telling us that from their point of view, they could see how this area was now growing in importance, and we have to put ourselves as a country, as universities, as businesses, etc., more on the forefront of addressing this. So that is, we listen to that, and we're able to start this great program with the different parts that we now see. That is one side. But the second side, why I feel we are blessed, is that look at this number of fantastic people that we have been able to recruit and to have as collaborators into the WASP system. Now, I'm not only thinking from the side of universities and so on, but I think about the individuals that both on the professor and assistant professor level, as well as the PhDs and other students coming into this program to push the boundary of science is, of course, what matters at the end of the day. And therefore, it is so pleasing to see that we are now moving ahead on this. Sweden as a country that is based on collaboration and innovation to be able to stay competitive with industry and to be able to have a strong place on different matters around the world. So this is extremely important that we are staying on this task. But let me say a couple of words that I see as a challenge. Firstly, I believe that if we can be really reaching out to our collaborative partners out there, the fantastic universities that we have around us, the industry that we should connect much closer to the different arenas that we are setting up, to government, etc. I believe that we are not only on a task of researching, but also on a task of the learning, because society needs to learn about these technologies that will be absolutely key for the future for all of us. And secondly, I'd like to really say to you that my reading of what's going on in the world outside is that there is such a tremendous push into the whole field of AI, autonomous system, digital development, and even now moving into quantum computing. We have to realize that this country is a small country. We have made this into a very major initiative. But when we look at the amount of money, amount of resources being pushed into this area all over the world, we must realize that if we are not on our toes and if we're not forward leaning here, the risk is that we will be passed. So I ask you to be as ever pioneering, energetic, to move the needle on this whole area going forward, because that would not only make us all proud, but I think it's a necessity for the WASP program to be recognized as one of the leaders in the world going forward, and that is for sure the ambition. So thanks for being here. Thanks for having joined WASP. It's a fantastic quest, and I wish you all the best. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Marcus Wallenberg. WASP is also an international recruitment program, like we've talked about in the beginning. Let's hear more about how the program is finding new ways to build excellence in AI. I'm at the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, and I'm joined by Danica, Kragic and Johan Håstad. Tell us about your roles at WASP.
So I'm one of the co-directors, and I'm also responsible for the research in the area of machine learning.
What does it mean in practice? What do you do most of?
Lots of meetings. Lots of meetings.
What about you, Johan, your role?
Well, I'm the head of the research management group for the mathematical foundations of AI. And what we do is we try to, recruit good people.
Let's talk about recruiting. In what way has WASP contributed to the recruitment of leading AI researchers to Sweden, would you say?
I think everybody in the world wants to recruit strong AI researchers these days. So what WASP has done is sort of create an environment that we can attract strong people to make it a good choice. I mean, all the top people have so many choices, so you have to really offer something.
Tell us more, what have you added to the opportunities for leading researchers?
To start with, I would say that we have mobilized lots of researchers that already existed and had them in the process involved so that they could use their national and international networks. But also we were a little bit visionary, I would say, regarding maybe the actual topics and said that, if we find really, really good people or excellent people out there, we're going to find a way of how to get them to Sweden.
What else have you done that you're proud of?
Well, I think what's unique with WASP from my perspective is that we're sort of not only doing the applications, but also doing the mathematical foundations. Everybody tries to put new applications, in spin and do all these things, but the fact that we're looking at the mathematical foundations will hopefully make us contribute more in the longer run.
What role does WASP play, if we go deeper there, for the development of mathematics?
Well, in mathematics, I wouldn't say it really, but it sort of makes this application, it sort of creates possibilities for applications for mathematicians. Two mathematicians sit in their ivory towers. But now when we have more and more mathematicians that also do AI, I think we'll sort of create a healthier atmosphere in many mathematics departments.
Have you seen results already, Danica?
Not only me, I think that everybody has seen results. I think it's excellent to see also that people from different disciplines collaborate and really define scientific problems together. And as Johan says, I think what is important is that we also find new ways of publishing, so that maybe somebody from mathematics publishes in computer vision conferences and vice versa. And I think that that's definitely an added value for the researchers.
And how did you arrive at that solution or that recommendation?
It's not really a recommendation, but we meet a lot, we talk a lot, and I think that people really feel the freedom of collaborating. So people are really encouraged, I think, to collaborate. So that's kind of like a net result, I would say.
But also I think this industrial component is extremely important, that, there are meetings now when people from academia and people from industry go to the same meetings, they meet, they exchange ideas. So I think that creates, at least for mathematicians, a possibility that doesn't exist everywhere.
That's great. So what can these joint projects mean more for Swedish AI researchers and the research?
I think that long term, when it comes to collaboration between academia and industry, we are really learning about how we do things differently. And by engaging in then collaborative projects, we can exchange both the data, the methodologies, but also have people really thinking long term. So identifying, of course, basic research problems, but then thinking of the impact. What does that mean for Swedish industry long term? And how can we educate also both academics and the industrial side? What is the right level of research to be done?
Any key messages to your fellow AI community?
Well, I think what's important is that we need both engineering and theory. So, you know, in the short term, we really want engineering to make things work, but to have better engineering in the long run, I think some theory is also useful.
And Danica, if we stand here and meet again in 5 years, what topics do you think we'll be talking about then?
We will be still talking about the same topics, luckily, because most of the problems we work with are so difficult that we will remain to work on them. But maybe some of them we will be also solving.
But it's very hard to predict, you know. 5 years ago, we would have been discussing other things than we do today. So I think progress is very fast, and I think we can look forward to, you know...
solving the problems, right?
No, solving some of the problems. I mean, I'm not sure which ones we will solve.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we reunite in 5 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danica and Johan. I'm reading a quote here. The only way to rapidly advance Sweden's position in artificial intelligence is through international recruitment of highly qualified professors. Each professor we bring on board leads to several new doctors and lots of new knowledge. And this benefits our common pool of expertise in Sweden. End quote. These are the words of former chair of the board, Mille Milnet, back in 2019, when WASP had just started a significant effort of recruiting high-level competence to Sweden. With very attractive recruitment program packages, a unique platform for academic research in close collaboration with Swedish industry, and a firm collective push from key individuals at WASP, at the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation, and at participating universities and industry, WASP has succeeded in 9 high-level recruitments in AI. But who are they? It's time to get to know them. The Wallenberg chairs in AI and the Wallenberg guest professors in AI. First out is Raedt, Örebro University, Aristides Gionis, Royal Institute of Technology, Diego Calvanese at Umeå University, and Virginia Dignum, Wallenberg Chair on Responsible AI at Umeå University, and also the Scientific Director of WASP HS. Here they are.
One of the grand challenges in AI is really to combine machine learning and machine reasoning. A lot of people these days focus on machine learning, and in the old days, people were focusing a lot on machine reasoning. I think the challenge for the next decade or so is really to combine the two. And we've been working on like integrating different paradigms for doing that. So there is probability and logic, which are the main frameworks for reasoning. And then there's also, of course, neural networks, which is today one of the main paradigms for machine learning. And so our endeavor is really to build integrated representations that have it all, probability, logic, and neural networks. I think it's great. I think it's really setting an example to a lot of other countries. I know in Flanders, we also have an AI program, but it was much later than it is in Sweden. And I think it's really setting the trend. I very much value the openness in terms of science. It's really science driven. There's a lot of opportunities, and it's really kind of community that does a lot of interesting things together. And I was very impressed by the WASP conference that I attended last year. And yeah, I really think it's a great program.
So social media is a big part of our lives nowadays. And although initially social media platform present a great potential and a great opportunity to reduce information barriers and facilitate a healthy dialogue in the society. Today we are witnessing adverse phenomena in social media, such as misinformation, polarization, echo chambers, and so on. So there are even reports that say that social media is a threat to the democracy. So in my research as a data scientist, I'm a data scientist. So I designed computational methods for quantifying these phenomena that we observe and try to understand them in a little bit more detail. And in addition to that, we design methods that can be used to mitigate these phenomena. So for example, we ask questions such as, can we discover structure of polarization and conflict in social media? How information propagates? What are the barriers in the information flow? What are different roles of users that can play in this environment and ecosystem? And in addition to this discovery problem, we are also thinking how we can design and build functionalities that can help people receive a more balanced news diet, and how to incentivize people engage in a more constructive manner and participate in a more constructive deliberation on such societal issues. We first would like to develop methods that can help people gain control on their information consumption in a more transparent way than it is currently available. We want to help people increase the diversity of the content they consume, and also explore and understand different viewpoints. So in this way, social media, we can help them fulfill their potential. In addition to social media, I'm also working on other areas of data science, I should say. So the big question here is how to make sense of data. So I'm looking at problems like finding patterns in very big collections of data, discovering structure, and how to summarize data in some useful ways.
Yeah, it's a difficult question because, I mean, we are researchers and we always look for new topics, right? So looking at something for the rest of the life is a bit a difficult thing to do in advance. But I would say the area that you mentioned, knowledge representation and reasoning and logics, is a very interesting topic. I'm working on it since my PhD, actually. And I continue to work on this topic with many different variations. For example, knowledge graphs for data access is a new variation. I mean, not so new now anymore, actually, because we have been working, I would say, also in the 15 years on it, but there always come new things that are interesting and make this area interesting to work on. And I moved from theory to more applied research, and now we are actually building tools that are being widely used. We also funded a spin-off company, so it's nice that this initially theoretical research became much more applied and practically useful. And I would like to continue on this line, so studying formalisms for knowledge representation and for dealing with data, but also looking at what are the practical requirements that come from the real world in managing data and where we can provide some support. It was in 2009 when a PhD student of mine started to work on the on-top system. So to implement some technology that I had studied with colleagues, just theoretically the foundations. And with this PhD student, he was more applied, interested in applied work. We said, let's build a system. And this system, he started development, and this project became quite large in the end. I mean, we are still now working on it, and we rely a lot of our research and a lot of work in my group now relies on that system. It's the on-top system. This was, I would say, a second important moment that I didn't recognize at that moment that it would be so important, that this system would have such an impact as it is having now.
I have indeed a scientific background in computer science and in mathematics, but I also have a background in industry. I worked in industry for many years before I joined academia some 20 years ago. And especially on my work in industry, developing AI systems in the 90s, in the zeros, and so on, that I realized and start to be concerned, or not concerned, but start being aware of the impact that intelligent systems make on the people that use them and the people that are affected or impacted by them in somehow. And of course, what was attractive about the possibility to come here was the possibility that is provided by WASP to set up a significant large research group and the opportunity to do research on fundamental research on the topic that was of importance to me and to WASP, and that possibility was given in a way that I really would be given sufficient time myself for research, and also a large group of PhDs and postdocs which would be working with me on this topic. WASP-HS is the sister program of WASP, on a program on which we look at impact of AI in society, impact of AI in humanity. And that is, like I just said, exactly the type of issues and the type of research that I have been involved for many years, and that I really think that it's very important. So in a sense, the WASP-HS program enables me to extend way beyond what I could do myself in this area. And therefore, I'm very honored and very happy to be leading the program, which includes many researchers in many disciplines within Sweden. The WASP program is, to my knowledge, one of the largest single programs on the area of AI across the world, which is even more spectacular given the size of Sweden as a country. So it's not a very large country, but it's really a very large in absolute numbers, but definitely in relative numbers. It's an extremely large program, which really has an ambition way beyond just contributing to the Swedish society and industry, but will have impact across the world for sure. We are educating many hundreds of PhD students. We are really starting many different research groups and different research areas within the field of AI, and we are bringing together many different people and many different disciplines into the field of AI. So it's really very large. In size, WASP-HS is considerably smaller, but definitely not in ambition.
Amy, how great it is to see these research stars based in Sweden when we know how tough the global talent competition is.
Indeed, it is very hard to do recruitments these days within the field of AI, so it's quite an achievement, yeah.
How can we reinforce the ripple effects on research and the impact of these chairs?
Right, so I think one way, of course, is via the recruitment packages and ensuring that the chairs impart their knowledge to the next generation. This is important. But then there's the other aspect of integration. That means that when they come to Sweden, they become integrated within the environment. And as we saw with Virginia, even taking sort of leadership roles and leading new programs and new instruments.
And feel free to use the chat for your comments or your reflections, and I can pick them up so that you can also be part of the dialogue. Or if you have questions to the speakers who are live today, feel free to use the chat. It's time for a short break. See you back in 10 minutes. See you back at 9:50ish. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue where we left and introduce you to more chairs and guest professors. Frank Dignum at Umeå University. Michalis Vazirgiannis at KTH, the Royal Institute of Technology. Vicenç Torra at Umeå University. Ross King, Chalmers, and Hector Geffner at Linköping University. Here they are.
I am, let's say, somehow senior, so I have a long trajectory. In this case, I would point out my initial education in physics. So I have had a bachelor in physics when I started the university. And this, I think, it gave me a valuable intuition about nature and how things should be explained, that it is not only the math, but also the understanding that we have. And the main inspiration for understanding is the observations we do in nature at different granularity levels. So physics bachelor was an important point in my career. Then at the end of my physics degree, I discovered computer science and programming and algorithms. And a turning point in my career was the master in artificial intelligence I did in Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh in 1990. And that was a turning point because I really got in touch with the state of the art of methods in those times. And that proved to be valuable. Basically, in my opinion, it is a cultural richness to have access to different infrastructures, to different universities, to different countries, because you learn how people do things in the academic level, in my case. So my main affiliation is in France. I was before in Greece. And now with the Swedish experience, I think it makes a very nice complement. And moreover, KTH is a prestigious university, so it is very nice, and I am honored to be affiliated to KTH as well. I can also play the role of a bridge between universities and students, so we can exchange students, faculty visits, we can build joint degrees at master or PhD level. And also I have a cultural interest in knowing the places and the people, of course, after the COVID pandemic is gone.
Mainly, we are working on data privacy for data when we want the data to be used in machine learning and statistics. And then we are interested on topics related to risk, in particular disclosure risk. So when we have, for instance, data, if this data leads to disclosure, what kind of disclosures can we have? So what kind of inference can we or people can do with the data that we release, but not only about the data itself, but also if you have aggregates of this data or you have some statistics compute from this data or machine learning models, what kind of disclosure can take place from these aggregates. And now we are also working on more concrete research topics. In particular, I'm interested on challenging differential privacy. That is a privacy model that a lot of people is using nowadays, but I think that there are some limitations, and we're trying to try to solve some of these limitations. Well, I think that the WASP initiative is very interesting because it gives us the possibility to do research. So this is kind of the main reason. And also before coming, of course, I had some interviews with some people, and in particular, I met Jordan Sandberg and Michail Milner, and both, I had a talk with them, and both gave, I like what they said about the type of research that they were trying to foster with the program and so on. And then, of course, I met the people in Umeå, and all this had to make the decision to come back to Sweden.
I'm developing a robot scientist called Genesis. So a robot scientist is a combination of artificial intelligence and laboratory robotics, which can, in a sense, do simple forms of scientific research. So a robot scientist can take background knowledge about an area of science. It can then automatically form novel hypotheses about that area of science. It can then automatically decide on efficient experiments to test these hypotheses, efficient in terms of time and money. It can then automatically use the laboratory automation to execute these experiments. It can then look at the results of the experiments and decide what the experiments mean in terms of the hypotheses and repeat the cycle. And the reason I'm interested in doing this is that the world's faced with many deep problems. There's climate change, there's food insecurity, there are pandemics, and I believe that the only way to meet these challenges is through more efficient scientific research. So we're trying to make science more efficient to deal with the world's problems. So the robot scientist Genesis is designed to understand what's called the eukaryotic cell. So human beings are eukaryotes, so it's trying to understand how human beings' cells work. And to do this, it's the best approach is not to directly try to understand how human cells work, but to look at something simpler, what's called a model of the human cell. So we work with an organism called Saccharomyces cerevisiae. This is what's called baker's yeast. This is the organism which is used to make bread and wine and beer. But within biology and medicine, it's used as a model for human cells because it's much simpler and it's easier to grow and easier to understand. And almost incredibly, even though that the last common ancestor with humans and yeast was about 1 billion years ago, most of what's true for the yeast cell is also true for the human cell. So biology is incredibly conservative.
About the important points in my career, okay, of becoming a researcher and the type of research that I do and so on, I think that the two main important points are probably family, okay, so where I grew up, the professionals, especially with an uncle that brought in some sense that taste for science and research. And then when I did my PhD, so I was born and grew up in Argentina, and then did my bachelor's in Caracas in Venezuela, and I did my PhD at UCLA. And my supervisor at UCLA was Julia Pearl. That is a very well-known researcher in computer science. And he was quite influential, I would say, in my view about how to do research and the type of research and the meaningful problems, okay, that I can find and so on. So basically, I have to summarize two main points in shaping, in some sense, okay, my mind towards research. I would say, yes, part of the family and part is very special supervisor, Julia Pearl, that I had while doing my PhD at UCLA. Yes, in terms of advice for young people, it's always hard because everyone has to follow his or her own inclinations and desires, okay, in research. But in AI and in basic research, which is what I know most, I would say is to work on meaningful problems and where there is something to be learned that is meaningful, hopefully deep and crisp.
It's great to see these chairs and guest professors, Amy. Very briefly, we'll have the Swedish Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation with us. And I thought I'd ask everyone in the chat to contribute with some insights or input to the discussion of how Sweden can become or what would make Sweden a leading AI nation. And I can address some of your comments to the Minister. So I put that question in the chat for you. What do you think is the single most important aspect or initiative that would make Sweden a global nation in AI?
Well, I think, going back to what Marcus Wallenberg said, Sweden is a small country, so collaboration is, of course, quite important. But also Sweden has a long history of innovation, has an innovative culture. And I think if we can combine those two things together, we have a lot of potential to be leading in a few areas. Of course, we have to consider the size of the country, but there are a few areas where Sweden definitely can take the lead and has had a lead as well in a few areas.
If you go to your own research, what would enable even more collaboration and what hinders collaboration?
So I think one challenge is, of course, that interaction you want to have with those who own the problems, those who own the needs. So industry is really important. And it's about bridging those worlds, bridging the world of research and industry together. And if we can find methods to do that, where we're still producing high quality research, but we're making sure that there's good knowledge transfer, then I think that would allow an acceleration to do what we want to do. And also when we start to apply and look at how our research actually works, it feeds back into basic research because it awakens new questions.
I know you have this idea of once you graduate, and you may graduate from a university or other academic institution, and you go to work, say in industry, you should be sort of a member of your old alma mater, and you should be continuously cooperating and learning. What could a model like that look like?
Well, I think, soon we'll have very many graduates from WASP, and that's what we would like to do, is create a good alumni where people feel that they can go back. I mean, the program is long. It will last until 2030, and that will give ample opportunity for those graduates or those people who have come to Sweden for a shorter period and then relocated to always come back and be part of our AI community.
There's a question from Danica around do we do enough in Sweden when it comes to AI education in terms of primary and secondary schools? Do we also need to educate teachers? Start early, right? I'll ask the minister that question. Do Swedish companies do enough to keep the talent in the country? Do we see a flight of talent from industry to other leading global companies that can attract or that can provide a better environment for top AI talent?
And that's such an interesting question, and it reflects back to what we heard from the previous chair, Hector Geffner, who said that family is important. So when we want to make good recruitments, it's about the whole picture. It's about bringing people to a good academic environment, but also bringing people to a good environment so that we can retain the recruitments that we make.
Marcus Wallenberg also highlighted in his speech the challenge of connecting to society and to larger group in society, sort of educating and creating learning around the areas of autonomous systems and AI, because it will be such an integral part of society, of everyday activities, not just it's not just part of industry. Have you reflected on this initiative or the need for this initiative?
Yes, absolutely. And I think this is so important because this could be a potential bottleneck. And if we're not attentive to it, it may be bigger than we anticipated. And I mean, events like this one is an important puzzle piece in this larger perspective of being able to communicate your research and communicate our ambitions. But we also need more initiatives. And I think the sister programs or the sibling programs like WASP-HS, but also the recent initiative with data-driven life science, that's also a way to kind of bleed out the research that we're doing in AI to other areas and showing its potential and also, looking at it in a nuanced way.
Thanks, Amy. And thanks again. Danica, is public sector in Sweden lagging in terms of using AI? I might have time for that question as well. Michail Lundqvist is talking about agglomeration effects and the fact that women leave smaller cities to go and receive a higher education. And is there a problem of gender equality in smaller towns because that have long-term effects on talent? I think it's time for me to invite Minister Baylan. Let's have a few words. Swedish Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation will talk about the importance of WASP and Sweden's role as an AI nation. Please welcome Minister Baylan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very interesting to listen to both the researchers, but also the discussion and debate.
Yes, you heard me pick up a few comments from the chat. We'll return to this question. But what are the most urgent policies we need in place for making Sweden a stronger AI nation, would you say?
Well, there are a couple. I think one of them is to continue to invest. We have just introduced the research and innovation bill to the parliament, and one of the focus areas is obviously digitalization and AI, both in research but also implementation. I think you're quite right that it's important for us both to be in the forefront when it comes to research, basic research, but also implemented research, and at the same time also bring this research and these solutions to the public and to the industry. And that is obviously something that is even more important today when we have been in a pandemic now for 15 months and where digitalization has really it has taken off in a way that we couldn't foresee just 15, 16 months ago.
WASP is by far the largest funding body for AI research in Sweden, and of course we're curious to know, are there any matching initiatives in the making from the government? You described the AI strategy. What, in terms of funding, what can we expect?
Well, as I was saying, we have just introduced a new bill to the Parliament for research and innovation, and obviously we are increasing our efforts there. We are increasing the funds, and digitalization and AI will be a focus area. At the same time, Vinnova, RISE, our governmental agencies are also working. AI of Sweden is such an example where we support publicly the research and the implementation of AI. And from my point of view, we'll also, especially with the experiences from the pandemic, we will need to increase our efforts together with industry, and therefore I look forward to take a new initiative for a strategic program for digitalization, and obviously AI will be at the core of this.
Can you describe that program a little bit more in detail?
Well, you know, we have innovation partnership programs with industry. One of the most important ones is the digitalization, the digital transition for industry, and they have proposed, a couple of companies together with some of our agencies have proposed a new strategic program for a broad strategic program for digitalization, and I think it's quite right, especially with the experiences that we have now from the pandemic, the 15 months of the pandemic, and the way that digitalization has taken off in a way that I don't think anybody could foresee. So from my point of view, we will get now a proposal from Vinnova, and from my point of view, I look forward to take this initiative together with industry and the academia.
Anything else that you would like to see in order to really secure that Sweden becomes a leading AI nation?
I think there are a couple of things. One of them is to continue to change our legislation, because as we all know, one of the main issues is how do we provide this algorithm with the data needed, and we have, and I mean, Sweden has been a country for a very long time where we gather data. I think one of the countries with the longest history of gathering data, and how do we provide this data in a way that is also acceptable? To continue to transform our legislation and our framework will be, I think, one of the most important things. This is something that has been highlighted in our National Innovation Council under the leadership of the Prime Minister, but also in our innovation partnership programs. Secondly, how do we implement the research and innovation that we have in the industry, and not only in the industry but also in the service sector? Because prior to the pandemic, we had obviously the discussion, how do we promote the competitiveness in our industry, considering how the impact of AI and digitalization. Today, I would say, after the pandemic, I think there are more and more people recognizing that AI and digitalization and these technologies will have an impact all over our private sector and the society.
What about the public sector? We have a question from Professor Kragic in the chat. How would you compare the development of the utilization of AI in the public sector compared to the private sector? Is the public sector lagging? or on par?
Without any doubt, it has been lagging. I think it's for a very long time. I don't think it has been seen as a mean to make decision making or the way how we work our systems more efficient. But through both some local initiatives, but also governmental initiatives, I think this work has also started to take off, and that is, I think that's good both for how we work, but also for our service to the public. Because to be honest with you, I think there are lots of potential here that are untapped, and so we have a couple of initiatives from my colleagues, the Department of Infrastructure, Civil Service, my department of Enterprise, and so I think we are starting that work is also starting to take off. But yeah, the public sector unfortunately is lagging behind.
So I'm hearing you say three things. I'm hearing you say increased collaboration between public agencies and the private sector, programs that will enable that, looking at data, how to increase the access to data in a safe way, and also looking at how public sector can also be an engine for AI development. One final question: when will your ministry be using AI for decision support?
Well, I'm quite skeptical. I'm quite skeptical when it comes to abolish the Minister for Industry, Innovation and Business, but otherwise we will utilize it in every other mean.
Thank you, Minister Baylan, for participating today.
Thank you.
So thank you, Alexander Gower. I missed that one in the chat, how you will provide leadership and regulation around the ethical and legal limits of AI use in Sweden. Let's see if we can have a discussion in the chat around that, because of course this is a central issue, especially, Amy, if we're talking about broadening the dialogue and discussions to involve more stakeholders and larger parts of the society. Of course, the trustworthiness of AI is a great question. And I'll be talking to Fredrik Heinz later about trustworthy AI and what creates skepticism and how to overcome that. What else would you like to comment on in terms of Minister Baylan's message?
No, well, I think it resonates very well in the sense that, you know, what WASP wants to build is, of course, build foundations. But when you build a foundation, you have to also ensure that the house on top is also built. And I think there is sort of a synergy between those two aspects, and we should always keep in mind these questions like trustworthiness, and we'll talk about them. But I also believe very strongly that it's important to have the content in AI upon which to talk about, and that's what makes also some of the other talks today very, very special, because we'll actually deep dive into the theories of AI and what progresses are being made there. And then, of course, once you have the content, once you have that foundation, then we have to look at the consequences of that.
Thank you, Amy. Time to share more of excellence in research. Let's hear from three researchers who are in different phases of their academic career. We'll hear both WASP recruits and researchers in Sweden who are supported by WASP. I'd like to start by introducing to you WASP AI Senior from Uppsala University, talking about how to create better probabilistic models. Here is Thomas Schön.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation. So what I'll do today is to share two of the stories that we're working on at the moment. And they have to do with overparameterized models and a new way of solving regression problems using deep learning. So this is the topic of 2 of our new RIP submissions this year. And one of them is together with one of my students, Fredrik Gustafsson, and a postdoc at ETH, Martin Danelian. And that's on the topic of probabilistic deep learning. And the second topic is on the use of these, or actually the analysis of these overparameterized models when we have adversarial attacks of various kinds. All right, but first of all, summarizing the message, the combined use of probabilistic models and deep learning is way more interesting than we think. That's my view, at least. And I'll try to illustrate that using a formulation, a new formulation of regression problems. And the second message is that we need new analysis, because these overparameterized models, like the ones we use in deep learning, they have enough degrees of freedom to perfectly fit the training data, and still they achieve state-of-the-art generalization performance, which is not typically what you would see in classical statistics literature. So we need new theory to understand this. And my illustration of this is that we've been studying robustness in the overparameterized regime and been able to establish bounds, both upper and lower bounds, on the adversarial error. Okay. First, let me use an example that some of you might have seen on the topic of explaining why these overparameterized models are important. And the reason is basically they solve relevant problems better than anything else at the moment. Our showcase here, which is very much ongoing research together with one of my students, Daniel, in WASP, and cardiologists both here in Uppsala and also in Brazil, is that we're now able to diagnose 6 of the most common heart problems on par with human doctors using a model based on these overparameterized deep learning IDs. And that was published roughly a year ago. And the key difference is, of course, that these models are completely generic and not derived based on our skills to write down using pen and paper the equations for what we see in this case in the ECG, the electrocardiogram. And here we're just about to put out some new results where we can actually see indications of heart attacks in these ECGs in ways that have not been known before. So this is very much very new results in that sense. So we'll see how far we can get. I'm very enthusiastic on this topic. So that's one little motivation. Another motivation comes from deep probabilistic regression. So here we have developed a general regression method with a clear probabilistic interpretation. So there's been, of course, many different ways of using deep learning to solve regression problems. None of them is as good as they can be, I would say. So what we have done to try and improve this, and there's definitely more to be done, is that we have taken a probabilistic take on regression. So that means the task is to learn the conditional distribution of the outputs given the inputs, P of y given x in this notation. And here we have been using energy-based models, which have been around for quite a while, not for this task, but for other tasks. And the energy-based model is just a way of making a scalar function into a distribution in the following way. And then we use a deep neural network to parameterize this function f. And that is a great way, in my mind at least, on how to enjoy the full flexibility of a deep neural network when it comes to solving regression problems. And these energy-based models, they enable us to learn multimodal and asymmetric densities directly from data. And I have a little toy example here just to support that story. So you see the ground truth on your left-hand side, And if you instead use a Gaussian distribution parameterized by where the mean and the covariance is parameterized using a deep neural network, you get the result in the middle. And with our energy-based construction, you get what you have on your right-hand side, which is, of course, in better agreement with the ground truth compared to the Gaussian, as you would guess. There's a cost to this flexibility, and that cost is mainly has to do with the normalization constant Z, which is intractable, and that complicates both evaluating the predictive distribution and also simulating from it. And these are two things that we have to be able to do in many methods. And we have found a few ways around that I will not dive into detail here. Instead, I'll show something a bit more interesting in terms of a result. That little toy example shows that it might be useful, but in terms of really evaluating, we need some real problem to look at. And here we look into visual tracking. So the problem is to compute an estimate of the bounding box of a target object in every frame of the video. And the algorithm gets to see the target object by this blue square, dashed square around the dog in this case. And then the algorithm keeps providing these bounding boxes in each frame as the video moves on. So I'll play a little movie here to show you what that looks like. And in this movie, which is taken by a handheld camera, so you can see a fair amount of shaking going on. And there are two solutions implemented. The red one is the current, our version here, and the green one is the previous state-of-the-art. You can see that despite the fact that there are very few pixels to describe this person at a distance, we still manage to track this individual. This is, of course, just one sample. In this paper, you can find a way more systematic evaluation. We've also used it for other types of data, in this case, 3D laser data. So the task here is to find the object both in space and size of that, to compute the size of that object, which is an important perception task for self-driving vehicles and autonomous robots. And this, again, is a combination of probabilistic models and deep neural networks, which I think is very exciting and promising. So there will be more constructions like this in the future. The variational autoencoder is another example. Here we can also play a movie so you can see what this looks like from the driver's seat in the of a vehicle, and then the laser sensor sits on top of the vehicle, and you see the view from the front window and also the laser data together with the output of the regression solution as these boxes. All right, I'll stop there. Okay, so this served as a way of showing or indicating a new regression solution using deep learning, and which is one example of the successful use of these overparameterized models. And if you look into classical statistical results, then this should not really be possible, because classical statistics tells us that if you have the error on the y-axis and the model complexity on the x-axis, then as the complexity of the model is increased, the error will go up, which supports the fact that you should use less parameters. But that is at odds with the two examples I just showed you. So this this traditional bias variance trade-off needs to be adjusted somehow. So what can we do to deal with that? Well, over the past 2-3 years, there's been a series of papers by Belkin, Hasty, Bartlett, and a few others, which shows the following, that actually after the so-called interpolation threshold, when you have as many parameters as samples, the test error starts to go down again, which is extremely fascinating. This is the result from a dynamical system example that we did a while ago. And what I wanted to hint at here is ongoing work that we just submitted to NeurIPS, where we look into the robustness properties by studying the adversarial errors. Why do we do that? Well, because these overparameterized models, they generalize very efficiently when the test and training data come from the same distribution. But what if we have a distribution shift? And this has been a very popular way of showing that these deep learning models are indeed quite fragile. So here is an example that I picked from this iClear 2015 paper, where you see you just add a tiny little bit of noise, and then the classifier makes a very big error all of a sudden. So this is a great way of studying robustness. And what we have been able to show over the past months is that we do indeed observe the double descent performance curve also when we're working with adversarial examples. We've also been able to derive bounds on the adversarial errors, which I think is quite intriguing and opens up for a lot of new work to be done here in terms of understanding the statistics in this high dimensional space that we live in. All right, I'll start rounding off by pitching a book that we have written on this topic. So this has to do with education. So we have developed a new book and new course, which is suitable for master students or Swedish civilingenjör, the 4th and 5th year, as an introductory course to the area of machine learning. And we have fundamental bits and some a bit more advanced bits in the course. And also we look into generative models and unlabeled data, so unsupervised learning, and also 2 chapters on user aspects. So what you need to think about when deploying these models, and also the ethical aspects of machine learning, which is contributed by a colleague of mine, David Sumter. So all of this material for this course, which here in Uppsala is very popular and several hundreds of students take it each year, is available. So please make use of that if you want. The book is published later this year. It will also forevermore be available for free on this website to students and others. All right, with that, I'll like to conclude by just reminding you of the 2 messages I have, which is there are good ways of using deep learning to solve regression problems in the same way as we know how to solve classification problems. And there is a need for new analysis due to the fact that these overparameterized models work so well. And we have started contributing a little bit there in terms of establishing bounds on the adversarial error in this overparameterized regime. And in terms of education, so research and education go hand in hand. So please feel free to copy our course if you want, or take inspiration from there. I'd like to end by just saying that I'm looking for new postdocs to join the team, and the deadline is on this Friday. So feel free to spread that around and apply if you are interested. Thanks a lot for listening in.
Thank you, Thomas. I think you're with us live as well, are you?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Thomas. Market your group a little bit more to attract those postdocs. What's the benefit of working with you and your team?
So the benefit of working with us is that you get to work in a group that does fundamental development of machine learning, AI, algorithms, and mathematics. And we have links throughout the world to other leading researchers doing the same. We also have passed the threshold of being a critical mass in terms of having colleagues that you can always chat to about these problems. And also in terms of students locally here in Uppsala, we have a good presence, and they are very keen to take our courses and talk to us. I do believe that it is a nice and friendly environment. I can also point out the Uppsala University AI project, which is located at Carolina Rediviva, our old library. So we brought out a few books and put in researchers there now from the entire university coming together. So not only people like us who build the fundamental bits, but also people from medicine and people from the humanities, bringing in their different aspects and use cases. So I do think we have a vibrant environment for this topic at this point in time.
That's so great to hear. Very briefly, Thomas, what challenges do you see ahead for your research area and for your research?
I see quite similar challenges, really, to what we have been facing before. I mean, we push on with new methods, new pieces of mathematics, and the challenges there are quite similar to before. Now that we are, one problem for me has been access to compute, but that, as we will hear later today, is on route to being solved, which I'm very grateful for. But other than that, I'd say that the challenges are quite the same. Figure out new ways of solving problems in better ways.
And I know you were participating at the event throughout the day. So for all of you who have questions for Thomas and his team, feel free to post them in the chat. Thanks so much, Thomas, for participating today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Rebecca Jörnsten, she is a professor of biostatistics and applied statistics in the Department of Mathematical Sciences at the University of Gothenburg and Chalmers University Technology. She will talk about the marriage of statistics and AI. Enjoy.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm waiting for my slides to show up. There you go. Okay, so I'm going to talk about regularization neural networks today, but I wanted to start with some reflections on academia in Sweden and WASP4ALL, even though, of course, Danica and Johan and Anders have already talked a little bit about this, and Amy as well. Going back a couple of years, there was a reform in the graduate student employment, essentially phasing out scholarship positions and replacing them with real employments. Of course, this is much better for PhD students, much better conditions, and I think it's essential for equality, allowing young people with families to enter graduate programs. But it did have the drawback of reducing the PhD programs in Sweden. Not the only factor, another factor is reduced budgets in external grants. And then I've been part of evaluations of the Gothenburg University, for example, with the national board just a few years ago. And they pointed out that across the whole university, this reduction in the graduate program had a really big detrimental effect, especially for young faculty building their career, but also reducing the research capacity at the university. In addition, just last month, SULF came out with a report with a really provocative title, I would say, Academia is the Gig Economy. And what they meant was the hunting for external funding that goes on all the time, takes time away from research and being spent on writing grant after grant after grant. And it has the risk of locking researchers in a research program that have been long term, because that increases the chances of getting funding, but that means you're being risk averse, so you might not expand into new areas. So then on to my reflection of the contribution of WASP. This has been a fantastic initiative for increasing the number of PhD students. And this rapid increase means also that they have a community to talk to each other. And I think the format for how you have recruited PhD students and postdocs and younger researchers really have inspired researchers across the nation to take risks and expand into new areas and dare to learn something new. And I would include myself in this, I'm learning. And I think it's going to have an impact beyond the AI. This creates an energy and enthusiasm across the university. They're form new collaborations, look into new fields. I'm especially excited about this data-driven life science in connection with WASP. I think it's going to be giving a nationwide boost in this very important area, for example, like precision medicine. And I think it's going to lead to new directions of research across the board. So that was my little introduction to what I think about WASP. And now to my talk. Thomas, of course, has given a fantastically excellent talk on this topic. I'm going to look at it from a slightly different point of view, so from statistics. But as Thomas mentioned, there's this miraculous generalization properties of neural networks that even though they're so heavily overparameterized, they generalize well to future data. One of the papers that Thomas also had on his slides is this paper by Håstad et al. And another couple of sequential papers, as Thomas pointed out, where you see this actually in linear models as well. So overparameterization can lead to a model that generalizes well. And I interpret the theorem in that paper as essentially you learn slowly enough. So the theorem in the paper is that if you initialize this overparameterized linear model with a gradient descent initialized from 0 and learn slowly enough, and slowly enough depends on the structure of the data sets, how difficult the problem is, right? So you have to learn more slowly if the problem is more challenging. So how do you learn slowly in a neural network? Well, there's many ways of doing this. You can shake up the data, so that would be like a stochastic gradient descent. Or you can hamper the training by essentially killing off layers in the network called dropout. Or you can simply stop training after a while and hope that you have not gone into the phase of overfitting. Or you can do what's called weight decay, which is the most statistical version, I would say, of this, which means you penalize the network parameters. And in my talk, I will focus on this weight decay or regularization network parameters. I'm nowhere making claim that this is better than the machine learning approaches, but what I want to illustrate in this talk is that how very small changes to how you regularize could actually have a really big impact on performance. So the first example I will give is a project I worked with my PhD student, Oscar. We looked into a paper in the Journal of the American Statistical Association in 2017, fantastic work by Samin Wood and colleagues, where they analyzed a really big data set on black smoke pollution in the UK. The model itself is supposed to capture both spatial, so geographical, and temporal components in the UK. And the challenge in the paper, the contribution of the paper was to develop a statistical model, this generalized additive model with random effects and time effects to scale to this gigabyte type data set. Still, it required a lot of manual component identification. So essentially several pages in the paper is just pre-processing and suggesting model components before you actually do the estimation. So Oscar and I were just interested to see how well would a neural network essentially replace this very advanced modeling. Would it do something similar or what? So first we tried with a very simple L1 regularization on neural network, and it did not identify even close to the model of the Wood paper. Instead, what we noticed, what information was smeared out of all the variables, so there's no way of actually interpreting what was going on. But a very simple change was we used then an adaptive L1 regularization, which penalizes small weights more, but not large ones. And this actually identified almost the identical model of Wood et al. So this is an example of a very small change with a really big impact. And one way you can interpret this is that it's not about slowing down learning uniformly in a neural network, but in some sense optimally. And I don't mean optimally in any way provable form here, just that it is a localized regularization. The results look something like this. So I'm only showing the main effects of the model. This is the seasonality, there's the geographical, then and E stands for north and east. And the top panel is this adaptive lasso. The red dotted line is the true model. This is from a simulation from the estimated model. And as you see in the top panel, the adaptive lasso actually is doing very well to identify the true model components, whereas in the bottom panel, you see the standard lasso, the L1 regularization, is not. It just cannot capture this complexity. In the little table, I show what the problem is. The standard lasso identifies too many functions, just smears out the information, and very complex functions, interactions with more than 3 covariates. It's just not interpretable. The second example I wanted to show you was if you do some kind of penalization or regularization when you want to do dimension reduction or clustering. So autoencoders are a very flexible tool for doing dimension reduction, almost too flexible. And what I mean by that is illustrated in the top panel. the left top panel, the autoencoder. This is a very simple toy example for illustration purposes. So it's a 4-dimensional cube with clusters, those colored observations, placed in each corner of the cube. And then we use the autoencoder projected down to 2 dimensions. So a very simple example, just for illustration purposes. And you see the autoencoder does not really use the whole latent space efficiently. It also does not preserve sort of this grid localization of the clusters. Now, you can, of course, improve autoencoders to utilize the latent space better, for example, by using variation autoencoders. What we did here was we wanted to add feature selection to dimension reduction. And we do that via this path penalty that you see illustrated with the network, and 2 paths, red and blue. What this does is regularizes essentially a path from an input layer to the latent layer. So each latent dimension will only be a function of a subset of features. Now, what is the impact of that? Well, in the noise-free data, which is the top panel, it didn't make much of a difference if you use just standard regularization or path regularization. You get a good alignment with the axis, so it's much better than autoencoder in utilizing latent space. But if you add the path penalty to a more noisy, difficult training problem, you see what you get in the bottom panel. The autoencoder still does not utilize the latent space efficiently. The path lasso does and aligns with the directions. And the standard lasso, the regularization that's simple, now has not been able to detect all the clusters. So again, an example of a very simple adjustment to regularization had a big impact. My last example is looking at noisy data. So in the presence of mislabeled data, deep neural networks tend to overfit and not generalize well. And there are many, many solutions or approaches to avoid this happening. Weight decay is one, hopefully then, or usually then combined with early stopping. There's other ways of doing this. You can densify the data with sort of the clean components called mix-up. You can create synthetic mislabeling to learn what's going on, or you can analyze the early behavior of the loss to identify, hopefully then, the mislaid observations to relabel or remove. Here I work together with Johan and also Zetterqvist, who is a WASP student. And we tried a statistical approach. We essentially added observation weights as another set of parameters, or even more overparameterized than just a neural network. We derived a new loss function where these weights are essentially shrunk towards 0 or 1, 1 meaning they are contributed to the learning, and 0 meaning we think they're mislabeled. We're able to essentially solve for network parameters only, but there is no implicit control on the observation weights. We can prove that this is better than just doing weight decay in a very simple logistic regression setting. But the benefit, I think, is shown in the top panel. Essentially, the blue curve is this weight regularization, whereas the red one is standard weight decay. And as you can see, as we train, we don't overfit. We can just keep on training to convergence without overfitting. As a side benefit, you also get then the observation weights, so identification of the mislabeled data. So what am I going to do next? Well, I think the lessons learned here was that small changes to how you regularize can have a really big impact on the results. And it's not about slowing down learning globally, but how and where you should slow down the learning. What I think is a hampering problem with looking at this as our key approach is that while in regression or standard statistical models, it's easy to design optimal regularizations that do exactly what you want. In neural networks, it's not that easy to connect the network parameters to the outcome you want. So what I'm doing now is working in a new collaborative team with Wallenberg CHAIRs at Chalmers Electrical Engineering and 2 industry PhD students, Vicenç, who's part of the WASP program. They're hired at Sentido, which is a company that have been very generous in funding this PhD program for us. We are now looking at the learning problem from a systems point of view. So instead of looking at network parameters, look at what the network creates and regularizing that. I'm purposely vague here because we have really promising results and we hope to have the papers out in a month or so. So I didn't want to tell you more about it yet. I think I'm done with my presentation. So Beata, if you wanted to ask me some questions.
I do, Rebecca. Thank you for joining today and presenting. You're a member of the management group for the Chalmers AI Research Center chair. What aspects are you focusing on?
Yes, I have a slide on this. So CHAIR is now on its third year. It's a 10-year initiative, 300 million kroner from the Stiftelse. What we're focusing now on is building on the initiative after these couple of years. We've already done some recruitment, research projects, postdoc projects, PhD projects in synergy with WASP, so essentially creating more attractive packages when they come to Chalmers. It's been a really exciting couple of years. Chalmers researchers have been a really bottom-up activity. So Chalmers researchers active in AI have been instrumental to creating new seminar series, creating a network, running workshops. What we're doing now is trying to build a better platform, both to increase visibility of Chalmers research, but also so people can find each other in the region, but even nationally and internationally. We're planning something called theme semesters. This is part of development from many others. I'm not going to claim credit for this, but researchers in the interim team and Chalmers research in general. Theme semester is that we can invite international speakers to essentially run a very themed workshop long term and hopefully build up new collaborations. We're also looking into a project called AI plus X, AI exploration, and that is to open up for researchers not involved in AI, but having very interesting challenges to get to know and how to use AI to solve their problems. We're talking about summer schools as well. And what I also want to say is something very interesting with the Chalmers AI Research Center is this consortium we have with industry in the region. There is Volvo Group, Volvo Cars, SEFT, Ericsson, but also the Sahlgrenska University Hospital. And this is really interesting construct. So all of these companies and the hospital contribute funding to the research center. And then we've launched essentially research proposals that everyone helps then sponsor. And I think this is really an excellent way of getting closer collaborations between industry and university, but also sort of getting inspirations in both directions. So this is really an exciting time.
So a lot of new formats, a lot of new connections. What are the connections to WASP, would you say?
I think it's more that we're utilizing this for a synergetic effect, right? So we build a local community also that can help communicate with WASP. And as I said, we've also essentially boosted some packages with WASP researchers. So I think it's an excellent way for us to utilize what's going on WASP to strengthen the community at Chalmers that do AI.
You told me earlier that WASP has had an enormous effect on the energy level. Tell us more about that.
Now, that's, of course, now speaking for myself, so this is my feeling what it was. But when the WASP initiative came, it felt from the math department point of view that everyone got really excited and started collaborating with maybe people they hadn't collaborated in the department and outside the department. It was just this sense of, oh, let's try to do something new. And I definitely would not have been working with these projects or with Balázs, for example, now if WASP had not been around, because I would not have had the push to try to look into new area of research. So I just felt that it's been a sort of an energy boost. Everyone is being more curious about expanding what they work on.
We're so happy to hear, otherwise we might not have you on the show today. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Enjoy the rest of the day and see if there are comments or questions to you in the chat. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you. Bye.
I'd also like to introduce to you the Assistant Professor Fredrik Johansson from Chalmers. He's going to talk to us about how to make the most of machine learning for better decisions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Fredrik Johansson, and I want to talk to you about making the most of machine learning for better decisions. And decisions are these funny things, right? Some of them we think about, not at all. Like what to have for breakfast in the morning or whether to go to the gym or not. But some decisions we think about a lot. And in the application domain where I do my research, which is in healthcare, there's some decisions that we really fret over. One example of these is what drug should I give my patient? There might be two options for the same condition, drug A and drug B. We want to figure out which of these lead to the better outcome. Now, to formalize this problem, I'm going to introduce a tiny bit of notation to start. We're going to call option A here, drug A, we're going to call that treatment T equals 0. And the other option we're going to call T equals 1. And later we'll see that this is a general problem. This does not just apply to healthcare, but applies in any kind of situation you want to make a decision. But the important thing here is that depending on which choice we make, t equals 0 or t equals 1, we'll see potentially radically different outcomes. And once we make the choice, the other is no longer an option for us. If we go down the route of treating a patient with drug A, we can't go back and figure out what would have happened if we gave them drug B instead. For this reason, we think of the outcomes of these decisions as potential outcomes, and we'll denote them by Y0 for treatment 0 and Y1 for treatment 1. And these represent what would happen if we chose either t equals 0 or t equals 1. Now, to figure out which of these is preferable, we can reason about something called the effect of the decision. And usually we think of this as the difference between them. And the difference between Y0 and Y1 could be large if drug A is preferable, for example, than to drug B. And the talk today will be about trying to understand when can we actually infer or estimate the effect of a decision like the one where we choose a drug over another. So since we're talking about machine learning today and AI, a natural resource for us to use is data. We can look in data of previous decisions to try and figure out which decision is better. So running with the healthcare example now, we can gather electronic healthcare records and study where does drug A work the best, or rather, what is the success rate for the alternative drugs that we consider. In this simple chart here, it looks like drug B is better than drug A because it has a higher success rate on average. But there are many possible explanations for this result. It could be that drug B is just a better treatment, but it could also be that drug B is given to a different set of people or patients than drug A was. And in fact, if we zoom in on these bars that I drew, we can see that drug B is more often given to simple cases, illustrated here in green, than to severe cases. And the opposite is true for drug A. Drug A is given more to severe cases than simple cases. And of course, this is a huge impact on the average success rate that we will see. In fact, if we break down these results, the success rate for drug A and B, into the two different contexts, severe cases and simple cases, we see that drug A is actually preferable in both. Drug A has a higher success rate than drug B for severe cases, and for simple cases, it doesn't matter. Both drugs have equal effectiveness. So what I'm trying to say here is that the context for the decision matters. Some decisions were made in severe cases, and often then the choice was made to give drug A. And that made the overall success rate for that drug appear lower in data. And I use healthcare as an example here, but of course this is a general problem. For example, say that you're running an advertising company and you want to figure out to which people should I give a certain ad, or should I show a certain ad. It might be that those who respond well to a certain ad A are different from the ones who respond well to an ad B. And if we try to learn this kind of effect from data, context matters also here. So the best way to try and disassociate context from effect is usually to run an experiment. But I'm not going to talk about experiments today because they're often unavailable to us for cost reasons or ethical reasons or otherwise. Instead, I'll be talking about something called observational data. And these are data where we are not in control of the decision-making policy. We observe previous contexts, previous decisions, and the outcomes of these. We are not in charge of which context sees which decision made. So an example would be the electronic health records that I mentioned before, or if you think about getting the logs from an advertising company where you didn't control who saw what ad. So our problem is still to figure out what is the effect of the decision on the outcome. But our problem is also that this effect could be confounded by the context. If certain drugs are given more often in certain contexts than others, then we see a confounding of the effect of the treatment on the outcome. So in order to understand then what actually was the role of the treatment, we have to disassociate or adjust for the context. And this is what we'll look at next. A very common way to try and adjust for confounding due to selection bias like this, is to estimate or to do something called regression adjustment. In regression adjustment, we do what it sounds like. We estimate a regression to adjust for confounding. And I illustrate this here with a simple equation on the first line saying to estimate m hat t, which is an estimate of the conditional expectation of the outcome given the treatment and context. So this is trying to figure out what is the average outcome that we will see when treating a patient with treatment T in context X. Once we have that, we can try and figure out what is the effect of the choice for each individual. We estimate delta I by comparing M1 and M0. Once we have that for every individual, we can aggregate these to form an estimate of the average treatment effect. But today we'll focus mostly on the first line here. And the first line is saying that we should try and estimate what would happen if we gave treatment T in the context X. Now, I have an asterisk here which says that this is only the right approach under certain assumptions, but we'll come back to that a little bit later. So a natural question then becomes, what does machine learning add to all of this? I'm here talking at WASP4ALL, and we need to somehow make this about AI, right? So far, I've only stated a problem. I haven't said anything about solutions. But there are some very obvious choices that we can make here. For example, we talked about regression adjustment, and the first step being that of estimating a conditional expectation. And in supervised learning, we do this all the time. This is what we do, right? Some people say that this is all we do. We're just glorified curve fitters in machine learning, but we'll see that we can go beyond that a little bit later. In any case, given enough samples of context and treatments and outcomes, machine learning is great at finding estimates of this quantity. And more specifically, we can think about when machine learning is particularly great at this. And one such example is when we do representation learning. So think again about the data that we observe. We observe context and decisions and outcomes recorded in history. And so what were these contexts? What led up to decisions in the data? In the healthcare example, it might be that a doctor has treated a patient for years and make a decision based on that. So that means that they take into account the entire sequence of the medical history of a patient. For example, if they've tried a treatment before and it didn't work, maybe they don't want to try that again. And that influences which choice was made in the data that we see. So representation learning can help us here because it allows us to represent sequences of data such as this in a more efficient way than classical methods. And this is another example where machine learning can be trivially useful. Another example is when we share information between the estimates of the expected outcome for different treatments. In fact, the representation learning approach that we saw on the previous slide can be used to represent data for any kind of individual, any kind of context, regardless of which treatment was chosen in that. So this is something we studied a few years ago, where we saw that a lot of the variance in the outcomes that we see are only due to the context. So if we can learn a good representation of that, we can use the same representation to estimate the outcomes under each of the different treatments. And that's another example of machine learning. But we got to ask ourselves, what does supervised learning not solve sort of immediately in the way that we've done it here? And if there is such an example, maybe we can use machine learning in some other way to get around it. So a fundamental problem in reasoning about decisions and reasoning about causality is that of unobserved confounding. And what that means is that we left out part of the context that is actually needed to adjust for the confounding that we discussed. For example, before we talked about two drugs, A and B, which had different outcomes once you condition on the severity of the patient. But if we forgot to include severity in our analysis, this confounding will still be there. We will wrongly conclude that drug B was the optimal choice for everyone, or at least on average, when in fact, drug A would have been a better option. And so when we do these observational studies, it's common to assume that there are no such variables. There are no variables that we left out that are also confounders. But the problem with this assumption is that it can't be verified from the data that we do observe. If we only get X, T, and Y, we can't say whether there was a U that we didn't measure. So what can we do here? Clearly, just doing supervised learning in the regression adjustment setting that I said before, it's not going to work. but we can set it for something a little bit different. If we can't measure all confounding variables, we might still be able to say something about the effect of a decision. And in particular, we can learn bounds on the magnitude of this effect. We can learn at least bounds on when a drug is preferable over another. And we're not going to have to assume that there are no unobserved confounders U, but we have to assume something about how they influenced either the treatment or the outcome. And this is just changing the goalpost a little bit. Instead of trying to fit the standard model that we do every time, we fit something slightly different, and at least we can avoid making these unrealistic assumptions. So another issue, even if you measured all of the variables that you think led to a decision, what if you lose them? What if your representation learning model forgets about some of the important variables in the data? So just as we could leave out a confounder's U by not measuring it, we could learn a representation that doesn't take U into account, and then we're in the same problem anyway. And this doesn't always happen, but it certainly could, and we've studied this a little bit too. And one example where it might occur is where you have a lack of overlap. And that's what we'll talk about next. So what if a certain action is never taken in certain contexts? So here I've given a simple example of severity and age, and these are properties of patients. And the color and the shape of the dots here represent the drug that was given to the particular patient. And what we see if we stare at this a little bit is that drug A was never given to young people with severe disease. So should we be able to say anything about what happens if we give them drug A? Probably not. At least we would have to make very strong assumptions for that to be a useful estimate. And this is exactly an example where your representation learning algorithm might forget about one of the confounders as well. In any case, a better approach than trying to estimate what would happen to everyone when we switch from drug A to drug B would be to say there are some individuals where we can make a reliable estimate of this quantity. And we can characterize who those are. So this is another way that we use machine learning to reason about decision making, aside from just applying supervised learning to regression adjustment. We try to describe who are the individuals that were considered for both treatment options, A and B, by fitting a rule set that describes this population. So here on the right is an example of such rules learned for describing post-surgical patients that were considered for both low-dose and high-dose opioids. And for such patients, we could be able to say, what is the effect of making that choice? What if the effect of switching from a low dose to a high dose? So I've talked a lot about healthcare today, and you might ask, what about my problem? What about non-healthcare problems, right? And I think the themes of this talk are relevant almost any time you want to make a decision. And my recommendations at the end of this would be to think about the decision problem you want to solve first and the learning problem later. A lot of the time when I talk to students or other individuals working with machine learning, they fit their inputs and their outputs in a big neural net, and they think after the fact, how can I make decisions based on the predictions of this model? But I would advise you to start with the other way around. That usually leads to a better outcome. And the second theme here is to try to say more about less, not less about more. If we have to make really unrealistic assumptions, we're usually not able to say so much. But if we can be a bit more lax, or if we can shrink our problem a little bit, we might be able to say something with higher reliability or certainty. This is not work that I've done alone. I've had great collaborators, and I mentioned some of them on the slide here. I want to thank you all for listening, and please get in touch with me if you want to ask me something.
Thank you, Fredrik. There's a question in the chat that I will be highlighting for you. It's from Michail Lundqvist, doing research at Saab. His question is there a way to estimate the unobserved confounders in time series, compare with e-value for point estimate?
It's a good question. And in the general case, I would say no. We can construct almost any example of data where there is a confounder that we can't infer. But if you have some structure to your problem, like a time series, as you say, you might have more prior knowledge that you can build on. You might be able to conclude more about what are the likely sources of influence on the outcome. So the more domain knowledge we can build into our problem, the more we can usually say about confounding and the extent to which our estimates are correct. So in general, no, but I think time series modeling is one way of building on the domain knowledge that we have for sure.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit about some of the important aspects that WASP can support you with in your research going forward, both for you and your team?
Absolutely. So first, I would like to advertise my team a little bit. Through WASP, I've been able to hire already 4 PhD students who are working with me here at Chalmers and 1 industrial PhD student working at Astra with me in a collaboration project. And these are the things that were really, really difficult to get started before WASP was around. I mean, I was not a professor at that point, but I remember even as a PhD student how hard it was to attract funding for these, to start labs in machine learning. So a very concrete thing is just being able to hire students. But going forward, I think these collaborations that we have both with companies, but also in terms of the graduate school for the students, I think will be very valuable because we extend our network here in Sweden. And I think that's really cool.
Any concrete sort of wishes where you would like to extend your network, you would like to initiate a collaboration where you would need assistance or just where WASP could enable such connection?
That's a very good question. So I think for me, at this stage in my career, I think a lot about my students and how they can thrive. And something that I wish for them is to have the same chance that I did, to go abroad and meet new people for a while and form connections that way. So any ways that can get students out there in the world and meet new people and get new influences, I think is a great investment.
Any ways that we could solve that with digital meetings? And can you see that digital connections will play an increasingly important role?
I think so. I mean, we've all gotten used to having most of our meetings on Zoom these days, right? I think what hasn't been happening so much this year is is making use of this possibility in terms of breaking down the borders between universities and departments and so on. That I think we can certainly leverage the digital tools that we have much better when it comes to forming these connections that I mentioned. But I think anything takes time, right? Since this is a culture problem more than anything at this point.
Let's have one final one. It's from Mortez and Najibi to you, Fredrik. How much do you recommend that the data scientists learn more about statistical concepts for the role of AI in decision making?
How much? A lot, I guess. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I do think decision making is one of those subjects that appear a little bit in different courses here and there, but I think there are very fundamental questions that are hard to teach in just a single class in different courses. So I do recommend trying to take that subject seriously, especially if you're trying to deploy AI in practice or you're trying to make decisions. Then studying that a bit more than you might be exposed to in a standard machine learning course is certainly warranted.
Thank you so much for joining, Fredrik, and maybe you can stay in the chat for a little bit longer and see if there are more questions coming up. So, and good luck, and say hi to your team as well. So, Amy, that was a few examples of excellent researchers. We've talked about how to bring excellent talent and researchers to Sweden. I'll put one question in the chat, which will make your job easier.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you, we've talked a lot here, but what else do we need to do to bring excellent researchers to Sweden? Things that we haven't talked about yet. Because we so clearly see how just one person can form a team and what the ripple effects are, and what the legacy of such one person can be. So what would you say that we haven't talked about yet?
Oh, what we haven't talked about? Well, let me start with some of the things that I think are really important, or that I've seen have been sort of essential in recruitment. Networks, of course, you know, and a lot of the recruitments that have been made, I think, stem from the existing researchers in Sweden who have sort of set out their tentacles and tried to bring people from their international networks and bring them to Sweden. I think also something that you also need is that ability to spot talent. And that's not always easy to do.
At an early stage.
Exactly. So, you know, being able to find someone who's maybe just in transition in their career and be able to see that this person has a huge potential.
Is it the ability, sorry for interrupting, the ability to spot such a person and also find a format or a context where a collaboration could start, even if there isn't like a clear position or an opening?
That's true, yeah. And to give them sort of the conditions upon which that they can succeed and flourish. And then I also think something that's important to bring talent is to also realize that as you're doing the interview, you're also on the other side, you're also being interviewed. Sometimes, especially, you know, more senior researchers, we try to grab the PhD student candidates and really sort of find the best of the best, but we also have to be the best of the best to attract them here. So yeah, I would say mainly those three things are needed.
Anything else that you can come up with, please comment in the chat. I put the question in the chat. And I'll continue to dig into this question because it's key for paving way for even more excellent researchers.
Right.
So right now there are about 320 active PhD students from academia and industry participating in the WASP graduate school. And several students have graduated, and this month we also have 8 students defending their thesis. A big congratulations to you. In 2030, a total of 600 PhD students should have passed the program. This is a lot of brain gain for industries and universities in Sweden. So I'm very honored to be able to present a few of them to you today.
My name is Karin. I am an industrial PhD student at Linköping University and Sectra. My research is about how we can use deep learning for medical imaging, and specifically how we can build these models so that they can work in clinical practice. For example, in terms of robustness and generalizability. Being an industrial PhD student is a great mix, I think, between industry and academia. The academic side, I suppose, is the same as for all PhD students. I really get to, you know, dig deep into one specific topic and try to expand our common knowledge in that area. But in addition to this, I have the industry side, which helps me to focus my attention on problems that are relevant also outside of academia. And in addition, also comes with a lot of in-house domain knowledge, which I think is not only useful, but also very inspiring. I suppose all PhD students are different, and all PhD projects are different. And in the end, it's all about finding a good match between the student and the project. And in the industry case, also with the company. For me specifically, I already worked at the company, so I suppose that was a match already. And the project is also somewhat related to what I worked with before. And in addition to that, I suppose they saw that I was curious, that I love to learn, and that I was passionate about the subject. Because if you're not passionate about your topic, then being a PhD student will definitely be a struggle.
My name is Eduardo. I'm a PhD student at the University of Örebro. I work on artificial intelligence applied to mental health. My goal is to monitor and predict negative mental states such as stress, anxiety, or depression with a final goal of improve the quality of life of people during the daily life activities. I'm looking forward to work on other PhD students, WASP PhD students. Also, I would like to get involved with a bunch of opportunities and activities that the WASP program is offering to the others, to the PhD students. And I hope that this current pandemic situation improve so that I can meet with other WASP members in person.
My name is John Tarnblom, and I'm an industrial PhD student from Saab, and I'm affiliated with Linköping University. And in my research, we're developing formal verification techniques for components of safety critical systems that has been developed using machine learning algorithms. So the goal is to improve the safety of various systems, like from Saab we have airplanes and submarines and things like that. And today we can't leverage machine learning approaches because they are too difficult to verify, basically. So we're trying to push the capabilities of the methodologies that are available now to also include machine learning.
Hi, so my name is Amandine Ko, and I'm a PhD student at Uppsala University. My research concerns continuous method in deep learning. So for this, so the aim is to improve optimizer in deep neural network with mathematical tools. So for example, we will use stochastic differential equations. Then with our methods, we will compare this with already existing optimizer like Adam optimizer. And so the final goal is to understand and improve deep neural network with the mathematics tools. Thanks to the WASP, we could meet interesting people in our domain. And also it's great to be a part of this community.
I'm Jens Gullin. I'm working for Sony in Lund and a WASP industry PhD student at LTH. My long-term ambition is to help machines learn from less data than the current paradigms. I'm currently working with human pose estimation and activity recognition. If it wouldn't be for WASP, I probably wouldn't have come up with this idea at all. So I think that's a great added value to start with. But of course, also the many universities involved, as well as the many companies, it's easy to get a larger picture than it would be if you had just one university or one company. So I think that's very cool.
My name is David Isamatos, and I'm a PhD student in computer science engineering at Chalmers University of Technology. And in my research, I investigate how to conduct experiments to improve software development. And this is in the context of different software companies in industry. And the ultimate goal of this PhD is to develop techniques, software process that helps companies move towards more causal software development. In the WASP graduate school, I think one of the best moments that I had there was during the international trip that I took to California. I think this was 2017, if I'm not mistaken. And because there, it was interesting to meet with different and at least new to me researchers that I was usually discussing and citing papers and that I haven't the opportunity to meet, but also to many industry partners that I met during this time. I extended actually a little bit my travel to start a study with one of them that I met. And this led me to a quite different line of research.
My name is Mina. I am a PhD student at KTH. My research is in data-driven control. That is both interesting for control and machine learning community, So I investigate how to design robust methods for simultaneous learning and control, and also how to explore the system in direction that matter most for the control application. So it is more, these problems are more fundamental, but the ultimate goal is to contribute to safer and more reliable autonomous systems.
I'm Timotheus Kampik. I'm a PhD student at Ynnerman University, and I work on novel mathematical principles as well as software engineering abstractions to make intelligent systems more reliable. I think it's very interesting, and I found it very appealing that WASP positions itself as an initiative that combines industry practice with basic research. And as I have a background in software engineering and product management, I thought for me this could be a very good fit.
Thank you to all the PhD students contributing to the program today. It's time for a lunch break, and after lunch we'll be talking about the how to create impact with AI research, as well as industry collaboration and the role of research arenas, and you will get a sneak peek of the new supercomputer Vazirgiannis. See you back at 1:15, 12:45. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I hope you had a good one. This next session, or this part of the program, is called Creating Impact with AI Research. And I'd like to turn to you, Amy. What do we mean with creating impact?
Well, what we mean is how is AI research driving forward also other fields and other domains? And how is the basic research between AI research and those domains interlinked with each other? So what we're going to do is journey through a number of different areas that are relevant for WASP and do a close inspection on what is the role of AI in those areas.
And actually put the question in the chat to ask you to help us also define what you see as what do we mean with creating impact? For whom do we want to create impact, Amy?
Well, I think the shortest answer to that question is everyone. But I think when we're looking at those research programs that we have, particularly some of the instruments, of course, the research community is a priority. Later this afternoon, we're going to be also looking a little bit more at industry. And then there's maybe the third component, which is kind of that zone in between, where we need, for example, good infrastructure and platforms where industry, society, and citizens can meet the research and the research fields.
In what way is it possible to measure impact? To know if you do make a difference?
Yeah, that's a tricky question, because we measure impact differently depending on your perspective. Of course, publications are one vital way that we measure impact.
That's the more traditional way.
That's right. I also think that there are other ways. For example, if you dare to be a bit patient, you can also look at those research works that have stood the test of time. So best papers, for example, are interesting, but also they are the sort of test of time papers where you can really see that over a much more longitudinal period that this work has been significant.
What are the classics?
Yes, exactly. But then there are other aspects to measure impact. For example, how much do these methods maybe get adopted into companies or sort of come out into startups? And we're going to hear a little bit about that as well in the next session. So how WASP is encouraging knowledge transfer to industry. And also the way in which, let's say, the interaction is increased generally in society. How much are people aware of what we're doing? And how much does the general competence level of AI as a society increase.
So back to what Marcus Wallenberg said, that our next big ambition within WASP is really to maybe have a larger perspective and address the general public and be a part of discussions in society about what kind of society we want to build and what AI can enable.
That's right, sort of increasing the AI literacy and making sure that this is a technology that doesn't create digital divides.
We have a new supercomputer in town in Linköping, and that can definitely help us create impact. Let's take a look. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Technical Director for the National Supercomputer Center at Linköping University, Niklas Andersson.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
One can almost sense, without knowing anything, that this is a great machine, Berzelius. What kind of machine is it?
Well, it's a large cluster consisting of, more precisely, 480 GPUs. I mean, the machine learning community want to use the GPU, so it's 480 NVIDIA A100 GPUs, the latest, which are connected in a large cluster. In addition to that, we have 1 petabyte of storage on fast NVMe drives, and everything is connected together with a fast InfiniBand network, 200 gigabit. But it's really fat multi-rail network that provide communication within the cluster.
Is it unique in the world, just to give us an idea?
Not unique. This is a so-called superpod architecture created by NVIDIA, and there are many more in the world. It's not the largest, definitely not, but for Sweden it's huge.
And what role will Berzelius play for the development of AI in Sweden, do you think?
Well, Berzelius will create the infrastructure for Swedish research. It will provide a platform for researchers in entire Sweden and for WASP, of course. There will be a possibility to scale out and make larger learning activities possible on the machine. It will definitely help researchers to set AI Sweden on the AI map, at least make Sweden utilize this machine and be able to create new research.
Can I ask about the price tag? What does a thing like this cost?
Well, today we have invested 150 million. That's including the support and service and a little bit of that. But as we got a good donation, we have about the same amount of money left for next investment.
What enabled the investment?
Well, Wallenberg, timely donation from Wallenberg to Linköping University. It was made last year, and we moved as fast as we could actually to buy the system and to procure it and install it. It will be available for users, hopefully starting next week, where we will have a couple of pilot users for trying out the architecture and see if we can find any faults and errors, and then it will be for general use from 1st of July.
Just to give us an idea, who can access it? Who can use it?
Well, you apply for time on the system. We use the same system as the SNCC is using, the super platform. So you apply for time, which there is a small scientific committee at NSC who will grant you the resources. We will be quite open for granting your access. It's of course focused on AI. It is available for all researchers in the academic community. However, we have to prioritize any research that are connected with the Knut Alice Wallenberg Foundation or funded by the Knut Alice Wallenberg Foundation.
Like WASP.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I don't really know how to ask this question, but what is it like? Have you tried working and interacting with Vazirgiannis?
I have more been involved in installing the system and helping out in actually carrying things into the computer room. So I haven't had the time to actually do anything on Vazirgiannis yet.
But you want to, I can tell.
Yeah.
So very briefly, what are the new opportunities that open up for WASP researchers, would you say?
I mean, up till now, we have had smaller resources in Sweden, both on the supercomputer centers. There's been small installations, but many people are working on their own computer or a special design computer at home with one GPU or perhaps a couple of them. Now we have 480 GPUs in one system. We need to scale up the goals for researchers. I give you a challenge here. Please use the system as much as you can and really utilize the hardware there and the architecture in the system. It is for all researchers to use and really utilize what we have put together in the computer room.
Yeah, there's some questions here on the technical specifications. Maybe you could turn to the chat and just answer Joachim Hjalldén here. Thank you so much, and great that it will open up for use and pilot testing already next week.
Yes.
Hooray for Vazirgiannis.
Yes.
Thank you, Niklas.
Thank you very much.
So we'll meet a number of researchers to address the topic on how to create impact with AI research. Without trust for the technology in general, in the general public, there will be no impact. So the first discussion will be with Associate Professor Friedrich Heinz from Linköping University around the concept of trustworthy AI. Frederick is also known for his introductory course in AI, the Foundation of AI, helping to spread widely the basics of AI. Hi, Frederick, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
Are you eager to use Vazirgiannis?
Of course. We have plenty of PhD students who are ready to put it to good use, so I hope we can accept the challenge and deliver on the, I think it's really important that, as was mentioned by Niklas, that taking advantage of these opportunities, because I think this is our unique opportunities that are not easily available, readily available to everyone. So I think we in Sweden really need to leverage this and show that we can do the research that these kind of technology is enabling us to do.
Yeah. So what is trustworthy AI? Is there a definition?
Yes. So, I've been part of this European Commission high-level expert group on AI. And there we defined trustworthy AI so that there are three main components. So it has to be legal in the sense that it should satisfy the rules and regulations that apply. Second is that it should satisfy 4 ethical principles. And thirdly, good intentions are not enough. We also need to have a robust and safe and secure implementation. And if you have all these 3 components, then you could argue or could claim that this is a trustworthy AI system.
Just give us an idea, what are these ethical principles?
So there are 4 ethical principles. The first is respect human autonomy, and that's we as humans should be able to make our own decisions, so that AI systems should augment and empower people. It should complement them rather than take them away. And the second is to be, do no harm. So of course there should be this safe and secure. The third is about fairness. So it's about the kind of fair division of the cost, but also a fair division of the positive outcomes of these systems. And the fourth principle is explicability, and that relates to a number of different things, such as transparency, so that we can understand the processes, explainability, kind of explaining the outcome of these decisions, and so on and so forth. So it's really about that we as humans should be able to understand what these systems are doing, on whose behalf they're doing it, and also to maintain a meaningful human control.
From your perspective, are these definitions enough? Are they clear enough for us to be able to address the issue of trustworthy AI?
So I would say, these are all examples of definitions which on a kind of a high level and an abstract level makes perfect sense. But when you try to actually go down into the details and implement them, take, for example, the concept of, say, fairness. There are many different ways of approaching fairness. Should be fair division of resources, or should it be fair outcomes? And of course, depending on which perspective you take, you get very different types of results and systems and so on. So I think actually most of these require significant further research. And of course, here the WASP project and its sister program WASP-HS are perfect examples of providing technical solutions, but also broader, from a humanities and social sciences perspective, questions and solutions to these topics. And I should also mention that I'm leading a European network of AI research excellence centers called Taylor. And there, the whole purpose of this network is to develop the scientific foundations for trustworthy AI. And that we truly believe that in order to be able to do this, we need to integrate techniques from learning, optimization, and reasoning, that none of these kind of types of techniques on their own will be sufficient, but that you really need to combine them in order to address these challenging problems.
There's a question in the chat from Karin Ramirez Amaro. She asks, are there any metrics to consider when evaluating trustworthy AI? Are we there yet?
So, there are a number of different approaches to that. One approach is that as part of the work that we did in the high-level group, we also did an assessment list. So based on these principles, we defined 7 requirements. Actually, Virginia Dignum, who's a WASP professor, she has been instrumental in defining these 7 requirements. And based on these 7 requirements, we have also developed an assessment list. And that is publicly available with questions that you and your organization could ask yourself in order to assess whether you're actually living up to these principles. There's also, for each of the individual parts, a number of different metrics. So actually, Hector came out with a very interesting paper a few months ago here, where she actually did a survey of different fairness metrics and in relation to EU regulation. So there are a large number of these metrics that one can use in order to measure the progress of your work.
Yeah. Why is this such an important area, Fredrik, the trustworthiness of AI?
So I think it's a very important stance in that, the Europe has taken this very important stance. Yes, we do want AI. We think it's very important that it can be beneficial to society. But at the same time, there are also risks, and that we should take these risks seriously. And that in order to make a reasonable trade-off between these, we want to then focus on what's called this human-centric trustworthy AI. So in some sense that AI is not a goal in itself, but it's rather a means to achieve a better life for us as citizens and individuals and so on. And this trust is the key component, because if we as citizens or users of these systems do not trust them, we will be hesitant to use them, and thereby, I mean, it might be risk a significant backlash. And I would say we are somewhere at the kind of a tipping point that will people maintain this trust in these systems, or will it tip over? And if you lose the trust, it will be extremely difficult to win it back. So therefore, I think it's paramount that we, and I mean every organization, does everything they can in order to make the most trustworthy system they can.
Are you worried?
I'm not worried, but I mean, I would say, I mean, it's not about being worried. It's about being conscious about it. And I really think that is one of the key things, that it's not something that will happen on its own. There are no black and white answers. There are many different challenges that one needs to overcome, but we still need to do it. I mean, in some sense, it's this, that we need to do the things not because they're easy, but because they're hard and because they're important. And I do think this is one of those challenges.
So what are the sources of mistrust? What threatens trustworthiness of AI?
So I think one major challenge in that respect is the public's perception of these systems. And I mean, that's also why I've been so engaged in these elements of AI and other public outreach activities, is because I really think that today everyone is using AI, whether they know it or not. They might be doing searches on the internet. They might be using voice assistants of different types. They might be using automatic translation systems and so on and so forth. So it is really a mainstream. There are many mainstream applications of this technology. And I really think we need to have a more balanced and more, well-grounded understanding of what these systems can do and what this technology can do. And therefore, I really think this perception of the field is very important. And also that's, and I mean, if people believe that these systems are acting in a very negative ways, that will make them lose their trust. So we need to make people aware about how these systems work, what they can do, what they cannot do, what to expect from them, so that people can be active and critical users and of these types of systems and applications.
And provide clarity and explain the value, so that AI is not this sort of complex, undefined phenomena that you don't really, you can't really talk about it because you don't really know how to address it. What is Europe doing?
It's magic. I think in some sense, we want to take the magic away at the same time as we want to achieve magic using it. But I think it's really about having a well-grounded understanding of these systems.
What is Europe doing to increase the trust for AI?
So, I mean, Europe has really taken the lead in this area. So, I mean, of course, they started with this work in this high-level group that was started a number of years back. That led to this ethical guidelines for trustworthy AI and assessment list and so on. They have then followed it up with these calls for this ICT 48 networks, as they're called, where Taylor is one of these networks that really kind of build the scientific foundations. And now lately they have this, they call the AI Act, this new proposed regulation, where it actually turning a lot of the things that we have been discussing in this kind of more as guidelines and so on, and trying to turning it into more regulation to really kind of lower the lowest, I mean, increase the lower limits, and same time we want to kind of push the upper boundary.
What can Sweden now do to contribute to these European initiatives?
So I think Sweden has a lot to contribute. I think, I mean, just taking WASP as a concrete example, I mean, we are doing a massive amount of AI research. So actually, it really could make an impact also on the international and also the European scale. So, I mean, we have a lot of concrete research results to contribute. If we take Sweden as a country, I think actually we are very well positioned to take a leading role in this. I mean, it's very value-based approach. And I do think we have very sound Nordic values in Sweden and also in other Nordic countries, and that we are used to having this kind of stakeholder engagement, having a broad dialogue around what type of systems and society we want, and then work together towards delivering high quality and high technology products and services. So I do think we have a lot of offer both on the kind of technical research side, but also on the kind of more societal and value-based side.
I'd like to pick up a question from the chat. It's from Alexander Gower. He also posted a question to Minister Baylan, but I didn't have time to deliver it to the minister. It says, where do you see gaps in current legislation and guidance, Swedish, EU or international? For example, who owns the accountability from a legal perspective? Are there sufficient skills in the legal profession for these challenges? Can you comment on that, Fredrik?
So I think a major gap is really, again, in this, knowledge and understanding. So the question whether the legal, the legal scholars and the lawyers and so on have sufficient amount of knowledge, I don't think that is the case. And I think actually that's the case for many different professions in society. And actually, I think that's one of the kind of a weakness in the Swedish education system as well, that we have very relatively narrow and focused educations. If you're training to be a lawyer, you only learn the law. If you're training to be a nurse, then you only learn medicine and so on. And if you're an engineer, you only learn engineering. And what we really need is people that know, both have this deep professional knowledge, for example, in law, but also have sufficient understanding of the digital technology that we're surrounded by and that's actually being used for a lot of these things, and then can combine these and see, so what are the consequences for the legal system with this technology? And so I really think that is one major gap that we're actively working with, and actually I do have projects working together with legal scholars through the WASP project as well.
That's so interesting. Thanks for being with us today, and we'll continue focusing on trust and building trust and understanding the impact of AI in society and how to communicate with all constituents. Thank you so much, Fredrik.
Thank you.
We'll talk about AI and human robotic interaction. And I'd like to call to the program Associate Professor Yolanda Leite from KTH, the Royal Institute of Technology. Are you with us?
Hello, my name is Yolanda Leite, and I'm an Associate Professor at the Division of Robotics, Perception and Learning at KTH. Today I'll be talking about some of my recent work that my group has been doing on AI and natural language human-robot interaction. The goal of my research is to enable efficient and engaging interactions between autonomous robots and people. For that, we build and evaluate AI systems that allow robots to capture, respond, and learn from the subtle dynamics that characterize real-world situations. When we think about deploying robots in real-world environments, especially around people, there are many challenges. In general, the real world is messier than we can possibly anticipate while working in the lab. One of these challenges has to do with verbal communication between people and robots or other autonomous systems. We have seen very promising advances in the past couple of years in this domain. For example, speech recognition systems are already quite robust. On the other hand, natural language understanding is still a challenge, especially when considering human-robot interaction in real-world environments. Consider an example in a not-so-distant future where we have a robot assistant in our kitchens. If someone asks the robot, "Hand me the wooden spoon," and this is the view that the robot has in front of it, deciding which spoon the person meant can be quite challenging. In fact, state-of-the-art conversational systems like the ones available in the market nowadays would simply ask the person to just repeat the same request. Understanding natural language instructions from people is still a major challenge for robots, because as I mentioned, the real world is messy and ambiguous. These ambiguities can occur because multiple objects will match the same description, or the person isn't quite sure about how to describe an object. Like in the example of the image that you see on the right, if a person doesn't know that the vegetables inside the pink bowl are Brussels sprouts. State-of-the-art AI methods perform quite poorly in ambiguous environments. One of the reasons is because they rely on object detection, and if they cannot detect the object, typically they just won't work. For example, if a person asks the robot to pick up the green vegetable, well, there are several green vegetables in this scene, so ideally we would want the robot to direct its attention to parts of the table containing green vegetables and ask an efficient follow-up clarification instead of making the person repeat the whole request again. For example, the robot could say, do you mean the green vegetables inside the pink bowl or the green vegetables close to the tomatoes? To address the first part of this problem, so having an idea of what the user wants even when typical object detectors fail, my PhD student Irmak Dogan is working on a method that leverages explainability to find candidate scene regions so that we can then better resolve these ambiguities. Our method relies on recent state-of-the-art on interpretable models, like GradCam, for example, that can provide a visual evidence of the important features of an image regarding the model's prediction. This GradCam technique is specially designed to be used with convolutional neural networks and taking images as an input data. And they provide a visual saliency mask of the relevant parts of the image for the inference task, which makes this a perfect option for our work, because GradCam focuses on the last layer of the CNN and uses the gradient information to extract the importance of each neuron for the model output. Let's look at a concrete example to see how our pipeline works. Let's say one of the most common ways to actually make this request of the Brussels sprouts to the robot is, can you bring me the green vegetable? So our method takes the natural language input and the image of the scene and uses GradCam to generate an activation heat map. Using the activation heat map, we then find the number of unconnected active regions in the scene. And finally, we apply clustering to the heat map using k-means clustering. So the output of our pipeline are the most probable regions of the image that the person is referring to. And here, I'd like to note that this approach is quite robust because instead of relying on detected objects, we rely on the active regions contributing to the output. So this means that even for very uncommon objects or descriptions where typical object detectors will fail, our approach would more likely work. To evaluate our model, we created a data set that included 25 images with different difficulties and one target object per image. We had easy images with a few objects and only one distractor, medium images with common objects, but at least 3 distractors, like several similar water bottles, and hard images with very uncommon objects that typical object detectors do not detect, and many distractors, so similar objects. In the evaluation task, we gave people the images in our data set with a bounding box around the object we want them to describe and collected the way they describe this object in natural language. So this was a web-based task that we put on a crowdsourcing platform, and this is just a screenshot of the first page with the task instructions. We collected expressions from 10 different people per image for the 25 images of our data set. Using the natural language expressions that we collected from the crowd workers, we compared our method with a state-of-the-art baseline, MatNet, for how often the target object actually matches the first 3 candidates of our model or the baseline. And for considering this match, we consider the matching score that takes into account the size and the center of mass between the target and the candidate object's bounding boxes. We can see in our results that for the easy images where there are few objects and these objects are commonly known, the baseline actually works better than our method. However, for the hard images that include very uncommon objects and several objects matching the same description, our method performs significantly better than the baseline. These charts that you can see on the slide show the number of times that our model and the baseline match the target object as the first candidate, second, third candidate bounding boxes, or none of the objects. Here you can see some qualitative results of our approach. In each of these images, the red box is the target object bounding box that we asked people to describe, and the green box is the most likely bounding box suggested by our model. We can see that even if these two boxes do not match completely, there's some overlap, which is quite impressive, especially for the more challenging images on the right side of the slide. As the next steps in this work, we want to move from static to the images into the real world. So we're considering depth also in the activations. And we see that, for example, in the image and the language request that is shown in the image, when the person asks for the microwave closer to the table, we see that if we only use RGB activations, actually the model doesn't produce anything useful. But if we consider depth, the model is actually likely to predict the right microwave as the most likely object that the person is referring to. Of course, the natural next step is also to have the robot asking for follow-up clarifications that are meaningful instead of asking the person to just repeat the whole thing again. And for that, we rely on previous work that we've done on generating referring expressions in natural language. So as the main takeaway for this talk, I want to highlight that there are, of course, several challenges, but also opportunities when developing human-centered AI systems. One of the challenges that I mentioned today is that the real world is messy because humans are unpredictable, and among other things, they can say things different ways and so on. We're also exploring opportunities, for example, using these interpretability techniques to make robots interpret these ambiguous requests from people in a much more robust way and to ask for useful clarifications when they don't know what the person is actually referring to. Finally, I would like to thank the fantastic students and postdocs that I work with. Without them, this work would not be possible, and the funding agencies like WASP that support our work. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to some questions.
Thank you, Yolanda. Can I start by asking, is human-robot interaction even possible without AI?
Well, the short answer is probably no. Or it depends on the human-robot interaction, of course. If you think about very short interactions where the task of the robot is extremely predictable and very simple, maybe yes. But when we think about real-world environments where things change and everything is more challenging just because of that, it becomes very difficult. So I think the short answer in general that everyone would agree would be no.
Mm-hmm. Can I take a question from the chat? With fairness in mind as one of trustworthy AI properties, how do you design inclusively? For example, a blind or partially sighted person may only be able to specify an object via tactile descriptors as smooth or firm or dimpled. Can you talk more about that? The interaction is so complex.
That's a very good question. So definitely for that particular user group, I have doubts that these systems would work because those are not typically characteristics that would be, in the data sets that we are using. I'm not saying that I'm passing the ball. Of course, we have to consider inclusiveness, and that's one of the main challenges. But I think it starts already also in the data. And because, for example, the data that we use for this project would not include those type of descriptions, then our system would likely not work, or for sure it would not work for those type of descriptions that, let's say, blind people would use. So there's definitely a lot of work still, and this is why these initiatives on promoting ethical and responsible AI are so important, to raise awareness for these limitations of specific user groups and not to make just AI that works for the majority of people.
Yeah, there's another question from Karin Ramirez Amaro. Regarding explainability, I'm wondering what is the right level of detail that robots should use to explain their decisions?
That's a very good question. And we're actually writing now a position paper on how HRI community can take advantage of explainability. And that depends a lot, not just in the context of the interaction, but also the user group. If we're talking about a naive user, let's say someone in a nursing home, the type of, let's say, explanations that the robot would have to use might be different from if we're talking about someone who operates a robot on their work and needs to have some explanations from the robot in order to better train the robot to do something. So we argue that, among other things, the level and the type of explainability that we need might depend on the context of the interaction and also who are the users that the robot is explaining to, and depending on that, change its behavior or the way it explains.
Can we take one more, Yolanda? Do you have time to stay with us?
Sure.
There's a question. What are the advantages and disadvantages of anthropomorphizing robots? For example, giving robots gender or sort of human-like appearances.
There's definitely both advantages and disadvantages. There's the advantage that if you have some anthropomorphic cues in the robot, some aspects of the interaction might be easier. For example, if the robot has eyes or the ability to point somewhere or to have a sort of like a human-like arm, we know how those body parts usually work. So if we, make the
body
robot...
language.
The body language, exactly. If we make the body language similar to humans, then people will more likely interpret the robot's cues and without having to have a whole lot of cognitive load and so on. Of course, there's also the drawback of that. It's often the case that, again, particular in specific user groups that tend to anthropomorphize the robot too much, that there's the risk of deception, for example, some ethical aspects that might not be fair, or just creating high expectations that then the robot will not be able to deliver because it's still limited behavior and so on. So definitely there's both advantages and disadvantages that we need to see when we create anthropomorphic systems.
Perfect answer. And Corinne says, thank you for the answer. Thank you so much for joining us. Maybe you have time to check in the chat and see if there's some more questions that I didn't have time for. Thank you so much for joining us, Yolanda.
Sure, thank you.
The next area of research is AI and how to build AI-powered applications for everyone. And it's Assistant Professor Luigi Nardi from Lund University who will share his research with us.
Hi, everybody. I'm Luigi Nardi, and I would like to start this talk by thanking Amy and the other organizers of WASP4ALL. Thank you for inviting me today to talk about DBTune and the self-tuning databases project. As a researcher at Lund University and Stanford, I enjoy most of my time meeting my grad students and postdocs to talk about some hard problems in computer science. We do basic research in the field of black box optimization, and sometimes we realize that we could take some ideas from the lab to the real world. We're lucky in the WASP program to be supported for our academic research, but also have mechanisms in WASP that enable us to run proof of concepts in the real world. The Wallenberg Launchpad is one of such mechanisms, and it's thanks to this WASP program that I was able to build a team to work on self-tuning databases. But what is this project all about? One of the most fundamental pieces of technology in use today to administer our data is database technology. This is the ubiquitous piece of software that stores our data about virtually everything we do on the web and beyond. A database, simply put, is an organized collection of data, generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. But behind the scenes, there is much more going on than simple data. Databases often run in data centers, which are complex interconnected clusters of servers. The database management system, or DBMS, is the software that interacts with end users, applications, and the database itself to capture and analyze the data. So the DBMS software, in other words, provides the core facilities to administer the database. You may have heard these names before: MySQL, Postgres, Oracle, FoundationDB, RocksDB, and so on. These are all popular database management systems in use today. And the sum total of the data here and the servers and the DBMS and the associated applications or queries can be referred to as a database system. So we'll use this term several times in this presentation to identify this whole software, hardware stack. So this is a complex piece of hardware and software that is at the core of most applications in use today. Now, these database systems are managed by database administrators, or DBAs, who are usually a scarce human resource for companies out there. The role of these DBAs is to maintain databases, and they are responsible for tuning them as well, so to achieve high performance and make sure that they stay at that level of performance over time. Otherwise, the system performance will degrade. This chart shows the number of variables that a database administrator has to manually set to manage a database. These variables govern the correct functioning of the database, but also allow the DBA to tune the database system so that it can perform at high speed. You can think about these variables as the knobs that define the allocation of memory, CPU, disk, and in general, these are the variables that affect basically the runtime system. This number of variables or knobs, if you wish, is dramatically increasing over time, making the task of tuning a database hard and very time-consuming. The result is that most databases are left operating at default variable values, which perform very poorly. And even if a database is tuned once, the peak performance will deteriorate over time if the DBA doesn't perform a new tuning session every now and then. And things are made worse by the fact that companies have tens of these databases, which makes this problem challenging. This is where dbTune can help to automatically tune the database system. Here, the dbTune controller augments the database system with monitoring and actuation features, monitoring and actuation here. The controller is able to monitor the behavior of the runtime system, observe the throughput and latency, and check the CPU and memory usage. The controller is also able to change the configuration of the database system, those 600 plus variables that we mentioned in the previous slide. However, the controller doesn't have any decision-making power. It's a tiny open source client, perhaps less than 100 lines of code, that run together with the database system, either on the cloud or on premise. Its open source nature since by its open source nature, I would say it doesn't expose any security concerns for the user data. In the cloud, the dbTune optimizer as a service is the one that actually runs the show. Based on prior data collected over time, a machine learning driven optimizer functions as a recommendation system for the dbTune controller over here. It is the dbTune optimizer as a service that it's where in the OS, the dbTune optimizer as a service where all the intelligence resides. So the optimizer receives new data from the monitor and send actions back to the actuation system. For any workload, the optimizer is able to find the best suitable configuration of the system that optimizes for throughput and latency. So we've been running dbTune on several DBMS. I mentioned some before: Postgres, MySQL, FoundationDB, and so on. And by the fact that the optimizer learns by observing the database system directly, it shows properties of generalization, meaning that it generalizes not only for a new workload here on the left, but also for a new DBMS, which is a very suitable property for this type of systems. Here are some results on Postgres for both throughput. Usually we want to maximize throughput, so higher the better, and latency, which we usually want to minimize, so lower the better. These are on the Wikipedia workload, which is a common benchmark in the database community. Now, as you can see, the default configuration performs very poorly at 58 transactions per second for the left plot, while dbTune is able to improve the performance by 318%. So this is all the performance that is left on the table by non-optimized databases. On the latency side, though, which, by the way, it's known to be harder to optimize by the experts, but even in this case, dbTune is able to bring this 831 milliseconds to 371 milliseconds for a total gain of 124% latency reduction. So this is all very exciting, and the main point here is that this is all automated. So the DBA isn't part of the optimization loop, and it can focus on more interesting tasks than tuning the database knobs, which may be considered very tedious and sometimes even boring tasks. Database administrators have to focus on many other tasks around the database ecosystem. So we've seen throughput and latency to be the most requested metrics to optimize by companies we talk to, but the same optimizer could learn to optimize other metrics like energy consumption, for example. So what we have observed is that using, for example, a smaller cloud instance, for example, the user can solve the same task that without using dbTune could only be solved using a much bigger cloud instances, which makes big savings for the user in terms of cloud credits, but also electricity bill. And this is very relevant if the workload is run on premise, but if you're a cloud provider, it's also relevant if you're actually running the cloud infrastructure. This is all I have for today. I hope that you enjoyed the dbTune journey. We are interested in connecting with industrial partners. So if you're interested in collaborating on this project with us, check us out at dbtune.ai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luigi. I have a question from Pontus Vetrell for you. Can dbTune also address graph database settings and the combination of relational and graph databases optimization? The question is.
Awesome question. Yes, so we are experimenting with a number of different, I would say fundamentally different in terms of structure, database management systems out there. We didn't play with graph databases so far. We mainly played with relational databases and k-value, NoSQL type of databases. So I cannot answer that question for sure, but I think that those type of systems as well have a number of parameters that can be automatically tuned as for the other database management systems. So I will be very excited actually to get one from you maybe and be able to play with it for a bit and maybe in a few days get back to you with some interesting actual performance results on that.
Why don't you connect with Pontus Vetrell in the chat when we're done and you could start cooperating. I'm curious, how do you combine or how do you balance your work with commercializing dbTune and at the same time you're conducting basic research of really high quality? How do you balance?
That's an excellent question. And I believe that the key is to build a team that is able to take on some of the challenges both in academia and the industrial work that we are doing. But I think I think that to succeed with this WASP project, one of the first things that I did is to recruit a couple of very good engineers and partner with a couple of, so a co-founder that is taking the lead on the business side of things, which is not my core expertise, and partnership with a couple of other people that work part-time for this venture that have specific expertise in specific topics of this project. And so I think that team of a few very highly motivated individuals and also very skilled individuals makes it possible for an academic like me to run this project in a meaningful way, I would say.
So you don't have too many roles where you are responsible? That you share the responsibility?
Yes, absolutely. Sharing responsibility is very important. I still have like a founder role in the company, and I spend a lot of hours, I would say, doing ground work on meeting the relevant people, investors, and all that. So it's an entrepreneurial role, but I think that if you build the right team, you also have enough time to keep working on your academic projects. And I also have very skilled and motivated PhD students and postdocs at Lund University, and in collaboration with Stanford as well. So I'm in good hands, I would say.
Yeah. So you mentioned WALP, Wallenberg Launchpad, which is actually a way to support researchers in validating and commercializing their ideas. For those who are not so familiar, what would you say are the real benefits of using that platform or getting that support?
Right. This is an amazing question. So I think there are two main things. So obviously the most obvious thing is that you get some you get a grant to operate, which allows you to do what I was mentioning before, so to build a team and operate. But the other aspect is the help that the WALP organization gives people like me, which goes well beyond just signing a check. And I personally found a lot of benefit talking, meeting regularly with the WALP board, and I would like to thank them all, Sander, Sarah, and all of them. I benefited also a lot by the LU Innovation Help that is also connected with WALP, but they're a separate entity. And so LU Innovation works in collaboration with WALP to enable LU researchers to commercialize their research. And so this help that was very, very helpful in my case really helped me to make the right decisions at the right time, and hopefully I will get much more as well in the future.
Thank you so much, Luigi, assistant professor at Lund University, and there are some questions for you in the chat. Thanks so much for sharing today.
Thank you.
So the final example of looking at how what impact AI research can have is to look at AI and robotics, and you will meet Associate Professor Todor Stoyanov from Örebro University.
Hi, my name is Todor Stoyanov, and I'm an Associate Professor in Computer Science at Örebro University, where I head the Autonomous Model Manipulation Lab. It is my pleasure to today talk to you briefly about the role that artificial intelligence plays in robotics. And when I say that, I am fully aware that AI for robotics is a very broad topic and hardly something to cover in 10 minutes. So we will narrow down the scope today and look at AI for robotics largely through the prism of ongoing work in my lab. So the showcases and videos you will see today are all team efforts and would not have been possible without the diligent effort of the researchers you see here on this slide. and I would like to take the opportunity to thank them. The work we do focuses on mobile manipulation. That is, robots that can move freely in an environment and purposefully change the configurations of objects within that environment. In my lab, we are investigating how to make such robots more intelligent and more capable of autonomously interpreting and acting upon their surroundings. So in order to give some background to our discussion, let us first examine what role does AI traditionally play in robotics. This should help us differentiate between the popular science hype and the legitimate research questions that the community is really trying to answer at the moment. And the first distinction we ought to make is from what people in the 80s or 90s used to think when talking about artificial intelligence. So it may surprise the younger members of the audience, but AI has actually been a defining problem and component of intelligent robot systems since the very beginning. Problems that classical AI would try to solve are, as for example here, search, or task planning and allocation, or motion planning. And the picture you see on the left is actually from one of the famous early AI systems, that's the robot Shaky. So we are not going to talk about this type of AI. Nowadays, people have a very different concept of AI. And depending on the audience and the level of discussion, you might have heard anything ranging from vague concepts such as machine intelligence through a string of popular buzzwords such as the ones that I placed here on this slide. But today we will not be talking about AI in these terms either. We will not be looking for that one magical black box that we mentally associate as the machine equivalent of the human intellect, as you see here on the left. Rather, what we're going to do is we're going to be talking about machine learning, actually. And in particular, I will try to overview how and why it is interesting to apply some of the recent advances in machine learning to the field that I come from, autonomous robots. And we will look into some problems in robotics that can be posed as classical machine learning tasks, such as classification or regression or clustering or reinforcement learning. And the key question that we'll be asking is not only if we can pose these problems, but also whether we gain anything by doing so. So should we actually pose these problems as well? So what should our robots learn? And where do learned components fit into the general framework of an autonomous robot? To understand the answer to these questions, we first need to understand what goes on under the hood, basically, of a robot system. And here's a quick example from an EU project that I worked on. It must have been 7 or 8 years ago now. It was a project about a cognitive robot for unloading of shipping containers. And albeit this here is a rather artificial scenario in which we're going to be performing container unloading, it still demonstrates the complexity of the components needed to be integrated to achieve even a simple task, such as picking a teddy bear, like we do now, out of a pile of objects. And indeed, the system architecture, if we try to lift the hood and examine what goes under, is quite complicated and involves multiple modules. In essence, however, each of these components can be thought of as parts of a very classical general framework, and that is the sense, plan, act loop. So in this architecture, an autonomous system cycles between 3 stages: sensing and interpreting the environment, that is the sense stage, followed by planning a course of actions, that's the plan stage, and finally executing the said plan, and that's the act stage. And indeed, a lot of the applications of machine learning to robotics can be thought of as replacing components within this loop. For example, we could learn to sense or indeed perceive the environment. A good example here would be detecting objects of interest in sensor data and predicting their positions and orientation, as is done in this work here by my PhD student. Object recognition in general is a prime success story of machine learning, and deep learning in particular, with profound applications to autonomous robots. There are ways to extend these perception systems to answer queries that we would typically expect to involve a planning component. For example, instead of planning how to pick an object, given an estimate of the object type and location, we can directly predict suitable grasps from data. There is a fundamental difference between these two options here, and that has something to do with the data available for learning. While annotated data for object detection is unambiguous and widely available, special care is needed to collect supervised data for grasping here. But what if acquiring that data for supervised training is entirely not feasible? Well, that particular concern is the primary drive behind the recent uptake of reinforcement learning in robotics. Reinforcement learning allows us to learn how to solve a problem without access to example pairs of problems and solutions. All that is needed is a way to verify if a proposed solution is acceptable and the ability to explore freely. And our robots can learn how to accomplish a task under a wide range of conditions. That is, we learn an action policy. In some cases, as in this recent paper, for example, we can, however, solve a problem by learning the effect of our actions and then querying a classical planner or controller. This lets us combine the best of both worlds and decompose a problem into a learnable component and a component that uses the learned model to plan actions. With these positive examples in mind, for the remaining couple of minutes, I would like to give you an overview of my take on some of these open challenges to integrating modern AI into robotics. And starting from the learning for perception component, the chief challenge here when applying an off-the-shelf deep learning architecture is the sheer mismatch in number of data samples available. Whereas generic perception models are trained on millions of example data, we often have to work with the fractions of that. So designing semi and self-supervised approaches is a challenge and an opportunity for bringing deep learning down to the target robot system and environment. A related challenge is the one of datasets shift, which necessitates that we think about continual learning or lifelong learning. As our robots move between deployments, we often are faced with conditions that are subtly but critically different. So adapting to new conditions, such as, for example, different weather or change in seasons, is another important practical challenge. And finally, a lot of energy and effort in industry is spent on guaranteeing safety for robots. Doing so is extremely difficult if we are unable to characterize the uncertainties in our predictions or failure modes of our detectors. So solving that problem is definitely a key challenge to address. When talking about learning for planning, in our context, we actually mean the application of reinforcement learning to robotics. And there are still a number of challenges there. One is, for example, guaranteeing safety during exploration. This problem is not often encountered in simulation or in gameplay. So while losing an arcade gameplay is no big deal, making sure that the robot does not crash or break or harm someone is of paramount importance. Another specific challenge for robotics is learning with few samples, which is a necessary precondition when working in practice with physical systems. We often attempt to solve these challenges via learning first in simulation. And while this has obvious merits, it brings about its own set of challenges in terms of transfer and generalization to the real environment. And finally, when learning models for control, we often face similar challenges as the ones for planning, learning for planning. It is not always possible to gain useful insight from a system that always operates within its nominal states. If, however, we want to learn how to recover from an undesirable state, we need to deliberately place the system in such a state, which is by definition, well, undesirable, right? So a related challenge to this one is learning of control policies that are stable and ideally optimal. And finally, we try to learn models if we try to learn models while using the same model for control and exploration, we are in danger of getting stuck in a local minimum. That is a point that balances the deficiencies of both our models and our exploration policies. Within WASP, we are aiming at solving many of these challenges, and I am very excited and hopeful about the future. And I hope that this talk was interesting and accessible for all of you, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Torra. A very practical questions. I mean, in your experiments where the robots pick things up, you have to reset everything over and over. Doesn't that take a lot of time? Isn't that very tedious?
Yes, Beata, thank you for having me, first of all. And indeed, you nailed that's one of the big issues is having a human operator who has to basically babysit the robot quite often there. And there are ways of going around this. That you could try to learn, for example, from starting from states which are not necessarily always the same. So that's one option, or you could have automatic setups. So people often have some sort of automatic reset mechanism.
Yeah. So another question for you is more on related to WASP. What does it mean for you to be part of the of WASP?
WASP is offers a lot of different opportunities in many ways. It's not just the possibility of having funding for researchers and students who are developing these algorithms. It is also the opportunity to discuss, to talk to the rest of the community, networking, ability to access hardware and resources in general, which are quite difficult to come by for a single lab. So together, we are stronger, and WASP definitely helps us in building a stronger research line.
I missed this question before from the chat. I think it's great. It's like this. It's from Karin Ramirez Amaro. Regarding continuous learning and planning, can robots identify when they fail, and can they explain the reasons of such failures?
Explainability is quite a big issue for planning, motion planning for robots in general. And I have to say the majority of systems today would not be able to tell you why the plan failed. So especially if there is a learning component involved, which often is the case these days because we want to solve more challenging problems. So that's certainly still an open research question.
Okay. Thank you, Torra, for participating. And if you want to go to the chat and see if there are more questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And everyone, we'll take a break. We'll take a 15-minute break. When we come back, we'll talk more about industry, collaboration, and research arenas. Welcome back. For the rest of the afternoon, we'll focus on WASP and industry collaboration. We'll have different speakers and different discussions on this topic. Amy, you're also a researcher. Why is that connection to industry and why that collaboration so vital?
Well, there are a few reasons, really. One of them is going back to what Frank Dignum said, that, most of us, we do research because we are sort of called to contribute to the betterment of society. So it's important for us that the knowledge that we're producing can somehow come out and come to use and contribute to a knowledge-driven society. But there's also another facet, and that is that often, as I mentioned earlier today, in the interaction with industry, you get inspiration for those new basic research questions, that there is this duality that occurs between researchers who are working theoretically and industry who want to take those theories and put them into practice. So it's a way to drive forward our own research.
I'm curious to see what industries you represent. or for those of you, I mean, some of you come from industry, but also for what industries are you collaborating with? Can we just get an example in the chat? Is it a narrow field, or is there a breadth in that scope? Just give us an idea. I'll check the chat. I'll put the question here too. What industries do you represent or collaborate with? I'll put it here now. And work summit or collaborate with. Yeah, we have Johanna Björklund, you will meet later. She's cooperating with the media industry, and that's an extension of the WASP focus. We'll hear more about that, how media and language is such an important addition to the scope of WASP. Let's see if there are any more. We'll have them come in. Okay, so let's dig into this area. Hi, Anders Ynnerman. For those of you who were not with us this morning, or who have someone missed that Anders is the program director for WASP, just some reflections so far. You followed the program?
Indeed, it's been extremely exciting to see all the presentations, and for the first time getting an overview of the multitude of talent that we have recruited and the topics and the domains that we're spanning. Even though we're focusing on AI, machine learning today, it's impressive the number of applications that we are addressing within the program.
I don't know about you, but I feel like I want to go like on a big trip together with all these great people and just hang out and sit for long dinners and maybe even party with them. Do you feel the same way?
Absolutely, but WASP is continuing for so many years, and hopefully after the pandemic we will have a chance to meet at physical meetings, and we'll get a chance to do just that.
Yeah. So WASP and industry, that's a key component of WASP, enabling a closer collaboration. Can you tell us about some of the new connections that WASP has enabled?
I think one of the fundamental things about WASP that I think is so unique in the academic funding system is that it's based on the firm belief that the best way to support industry is actually to conduct very long-term basic research, and this sort of causality between that basic research and industry is there, and the possibilities to capitalize on the results coming out of a program like WASP is there for industry. And it's very exciting to see that there are new industries. There was a mentioning of the research arenas, and the 40 companies that are associated with us span the whole range from traditional Swedish industry to smaller startups that are coming in now. In particular, through the efforts that we do on media and language, there are many small companies that are entering into the WASP family at this point, and that's very exciting to see that happening.
And the new companies coming in and the new that are already big ones, they don't have the experience of perhaps of collaborating closely with research. So you can also define and redefine what collaboration should look like. I think that's a really fun aspect, and get their feedback from an inside-out perspective. Outside in, I mean. We are now going to meet international keynote speaker Bill Daly. I know you're looking forward to hearing him speak. Why don't you do the presentation, because you know him well.
I'll be happy to do that. Thank you very much. Now, it really is an honor for me to introduce Bill Daly as our industrial keynote speaker here. Bill is the chief scientist at NVIDIA and his senior vice president for NVIDIA Research. And he's been with NVIDIA since 2009. But before that, Bill spent 12 years at Stanford University, where he was the chairman of the computer science department for many years. And in that capacity, he was developing systems architecture, network, routing system, synchronization technology, the stuff that we found in most parallel computers of today. And as an academic, I must say that Bill has an H index that would make most of us very envious, and we can only dream of reaching that level. On top of this, Bill has a number of prestigious awards. He is a member of the National Academy of Engineering. He is a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. And on his long list of awards and accomplishments, one that sticks out to me is, of course, that in 2004 he received the IEEE Computer Society Seymour Cray Computer Engineering Award. It really is a pleasure for me to invite Bill to give the industrial keynote at WASP4ALL 2021.
Hello, my name is Bill Dally. I'm Chief Scientist and Senior Vice President of Research at NVIDIA Corporation, and I'm very pleased to be speaking at the WASP4ALL conference. I think the Wallenberg Foundation is doing a great thing, providing an AI supercomputer and getting PhD students to push into new frontiers in AI research. And I think it's going to break a lot of new ground and do a lot of great things. AI has been transforming almost every aspect of our life, how we work, how we play, healthcare, education. Anything that has not yet been touched by AI will be, and it will make it better, and it will free humans to spend more of their time on more valuable intellectual pursuits, and less time on the repetitive, more drudgery-oriented aspects of work. Let me start by sharing my screen. I'm going to tell you a little bit about AI hardware, past, present, and future. So let's start with the past, if I can advance the slides here. There are really three ingredients to making modern deep learning work. It's algorithms, data, and hardware. And you can think of this as like air, fuel, and spark that ignites a blaze or fires an engine. And they came in different orders. The algorithms have been around for a long time. Almost everything we use in deep learning today, the very basics were around in the 1980s. Deep neural networks, convolutional neural networks, training them with backpropagation and stochastic gradient descent, all go back to the 80s or earlier. To get something out of these networks, though, you have to train them on a large enough data set that they begin to generalize and get good results. And we had large data sets for things like images by the early 2000s, things like the ImageNet database. But it wasn't until 2012 when Alex Krasinski did AlexNet running on a Kepler GPU that the current revolution in deep learning and AI really took off. The GPU hardware was really the spark that ignited the air-fuel mixture of algorithms and data and enabled the revolution that we're currently part of. Since that point in time, hardware has been gating progress in deep learning. People want to train larger models on larger data sets, but doing that takes more compute. This chart shows the growth in petaflop days required to train both vision and language models. And you can see that on the vision models, going from AlexNet to ResNet took more than an order of magnitude growth in compute performance over just 2 or 3 years. The growth in language models has been even more rapid, with about a 3 order of magnitude increase from BERT to GPT-3 in the petaflop per second days required to train these models. And training these large models on large data sets really matters. The results you get from GPT-3 trained on a huge corpus of text in an unsupervised manner is just amazing. It starts to be able to generate paragraphs on its own, answer questions. It's very impressive what you can do with large language models trained on large data sets, but it puts the pressure on those of us who design hardware for a living to try to keep up and not be the limiting factor in progress in AI. And this is particularly hard with the sort of end of Moore's law and Dennard scaling, not giving us very much performance from process technology anymore. We have to be clever and get most of our performance from better architecture and circuit design. So let's start with deep learning past. And I'll be referring to this chart as I walk through a number of GPUs and show how we have more than doubled inference performance each year over the past 8 years. And I'll start with Kepler, the K20 that was used to train AlexNet here at the lower left, and work up toward our recently announced Ampere, which would bring us to deep learning present. So in 2012, when Kepler came out, or I should really say sort of when we started designing Kepler and made most of the design decisions, we weren't really viewing deep learning as one of our major application areas. So Kepler was designed for graphics and high performance computing, and therefore had all of its performance in 32-bit floating point, FP32, about 4 teraflops of performance. And it turned out that we could use that for deep learning training and even inference, and it was probably the best hardware platform at the time for both training and inference, and hence was used for AlexNet and ignited the revolution. And that's the first data point in our slide, roughly 4 teraops of performance down here in 2012. A couple years later, we came out with Pascal. And by this point in time, and you realize that the design decisions are typically made 2 or 3 years before the dates when these parts are available. But by 2013, we appreciated that deep learning was a big application area for GPUs. And we started to specialize them, mostly by modifying data types and instructions. And so with Pascal, we added an FP16 data type, and I should say reasonable performance for an FP16 data type. For things where you don't need the full precision of FP32, we essentially doubled the performance. And also to allow us to provide more performance with less overhead, we introduced an instruction which did more work to amortize off the overhead of instruction fetch, decode, and the like, a dot product 4 instruction. And so in fact, a half precision dot product 4 would use these FP16s and would give us the peak performance you see here. And with sort of those two inclinations, and also with this high bandwidth memory, we more than doubled the memory bandwidth by using HBM. These are the memory stacks on a silicon interposer here. It gave us more performance. We also added NVLink so we could scale out as well as scale up. That gives us our second data point. It doesn't look like much on this chart, but it going from 4 to 20 is a 5x improvement over this roughly 4-year period. But by this point in time, we now realize that deep learning was a really major use case for our GPUs, and we wanted to put even more effort and specialization into that. So with Volta, we introduced tensor cores. And what tensor cores are is a instruction specialized for deep learning. The core of most deep learning algorithms is either convolution or matrix multiply, and you can easily turn the convolution into a matrix multiply. So what you want to do to accelerate deep learning is build very fast matrix multiply, very fast gems. We did that by providing an instruction, HMMA, half precision matrix multiply accumulate, for FP16, and that gave us 125 teraflops of FP16 performance. To feed that, we used a faster high bandwidth memory. The 4 stacks are shown here on the Volta substrate. And we had a second generation NVLink, so we could scale up to even larger systems. And we introduced NV switch, so we could build even larger systems out of that. That gives us our Volta data point. We've now, again, another factor of about 5 going from Pascal up to Volta. And that jump is due to introducing the HMMA instruction, the tensor cores. With Turing, what we realized is that with inference, we don't need FP16. We can get by with integer 8 precision. And so we have 261 teraops of int8 performance. Again, by reducing precision, we're able to double the performance. And we've built that into an IMMA instruction, an integer tensor core. Because this is intended for inference, we're trying to keep the cost down. We used GDDR5 memory, and so we have slightly lower bandwidth than we did in Volta, but it's enough to keep up with the demands of both training and inference on this part. And this was a very conscious choice to use GDDR5 rather than LPDDR4 for this memory system. LPDDR4 would have given us better performance per watt, but wouldn't have provided the bandwidth needed to train large language models. And we felt that was critical to enable things like GPT-3 to take place. Also on Turing, although it's not really part of this deep learning story, we introduced RT cores, cores that traverse a bounding volume hierarchy and do ray triangle intersection, which really enabled us to bring ray tracing to real-time graphics for the first time. But that's a different story and a different talk. Now with Turing, you see that we're here at this 260 teraop of int8 performance, which is what you need for inference. Remember, this chart is about inference performance. That's about a 2x over Volta for going from FP16 to int8. Now with Ampere, we take another big jump. And I should say that all of these jumps are really due to architecture, not due to process. There are only 3 process generations here. Kepler and Maxwell are in the 28 nanometer process. Pascal, Volta, and Turing are all in variants of the 16 nanometer process. and Ampere is a 7 nanometer part. The big jump in Ampere for across the board for training and inference is support for sparsity. Sparsity is one of these things that is easy to show is available in neural networks and is actually surprisingly difficult to really exploit. You can exploit it for storage and for data communication very easily by compressing out the zeros after you've pruned a network, but actually getting real performance increase is surprisingly difficult. Also for training, what we realized is that neither of the common 16-bit formats, FP16 or bfloat16, really has enough both dynamic range and precision. bfloat gives you the dynamic range you need, and FP16 gives you the precision, but you can't get them both at once that you need to train certain models. And so we introduced a new format, TF32, that gives you the dynamic range of bfloat and the precision of FP16, and it winds up giving us a big performance boost and basically has enough dynamic range and precision to train any model we've run into. With sparsity, we basically double the effective performance on the matrix multiplies. So that gives us over a petaop of int8 and about 2.5 petaops of int4 performance. And int4, if you scale things properly, is enough to train many or do inference on many important models. We've gone to another generation of HBM and have put 6 stacks down rather than 4, so we get 2 terabytes per second of HBM to provide the data bandwidth to feed this increased performance. So that gives us our last point on the chart. But before going through the chart, let me talk about structured sparsity. Song Han and I wrote a paper at NeurIPS in 2015, which kind of rediscovered sparsity. Like most things, the original work was done in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Jan LeCun published a paper called Optimal Brain Damage, which showed how you could prune neural networks. We kind of rediscovered that in sort of the context of modern neural networks and showed that you could take just about any neural network and remove most of the weights. For convolutional networks, you can remove about 70% of the weights. And for fully connected layers, about 90% of the weights without losing any accuracy at all. In fact, sometimes you gain accuracy because it performs a regularization function. And so after you've pruned out these weights, we compress them. And with Ampere, what we realized is to really exploit this, we had to do this in a structured manner. We insist that there are only 2 non-zero entities out of every 4 weights. And so we basically take every 4 and compress it down to 2. And by using this very regular form of sparsity, we can then build a unit with a set of multiplexers that compresses 4 down to 2 and do our matrix multiplies in a very regular manner. So it doesn't break the regular data flow that otherwise has hamstrung previous attempts at exploiting sparsity. So if I go back to the chart, Ampere being the last point on our chart, we can sort of, in hindsight, look back and see where our performance improvements came from. Many of them came from data representation, going from the original FP32 in Kepler to int8 by the time we got to Turing. In fact, Google published a paper about their TPU1 showing that it was many times better than Kepler at inference. And almost all of their gains can be attributed to the perf per watt differences. In fact, I think all of their gains can be attributed to the perf per watt differences between FP32, which is what you got in Kepler, and int8, which is what they were doing in the TPU1. By Turing, we closed that gap. We have all that in GPUs. The next thing that was very important for us was complex instructions. One of the differences between an accelerator and a general purpose programmable engine like a GPU is the GPU pays a tax to fetch an instruction, decode that instruction, fetch operands, store operands, and it pays that tax per instruction. So if you do 1 integer floating point operation per instruction, that's a huge tax. It's way more expensive than the operation. But in DP4, we're doing 8 operations, 4 adds and 4 multiplies. In HMMA, the half precision matrix multiply accumulate, we're doing 128 operations. And in the IMMA, we're doing over 1,000 operations. And that amortizes out the cost of fetching and decoding the instruction. So we're essentially as efficient as a dedicated accelerator, but have all of the advantages of programmability. And then a very small performance improvement, probably less than 2x, comes from this jump in process technology from 28 down to 7 nanometers. So this chart illustrates the point I made about doing a complex instruction to amortize overhead. These energy numbers are not the actual numbers for these machines because they're in different process technologies. Instead, I've normalized them all to a well-known 45 nanometer process for which the energy numbers are available for all of the things we're doing. And back in the Kepler days, where we had to do a half precision floating multiply accumulate, the energy of doing that operation in 45 nanometers, 1.5 picojoules, the energy to fetch the instruction, decode the instruction, fetch and decode the operands and such, the overhead of the instruction is 30 picojoules. So the overhead is 2,000 times. We're spending 20 times as much energy on overhead as we are on payload. If we do a dot product, we can reduce that number to 5 to 1, because now we're doing 8 times as much work. Well, 8 instructions, but really 4 times as much work. This is a two operands, add and multiply. Here we're doing 8. But we're still spending more energy on overhead than we are on payload. Once we introduce the tensor cores, we turn this around. We're doing 128 floating point operations, 110 picojoules to do the payload. So the 30 picojoules of overhead to fetch and decode the instruction and handle the operands is a small tax. It's 1/5 instead of 5x. And when we move to integer tensor cores, we make it smaller yet. It's now down to order of 1/6 of the overall energy. And that's small enough that there's little need to specialize the entire chip. You just need to specialize the instruction enough to amortize the overhead. Now, the thing I didn't talk much about was our scaling out in addition to scaling up. So we've increased the performance of a single GPU on inference by 317 times over the past 8 years. We've also enabled people to basically build supercomputers, much like the one that's being built in Sweden, that basically enable us to train these large language models by providing the interconnect very transparently. And the first step with this was providing NVLink and NVSwitch, things I'm very proud of because they came out of my research labs. And that's interconnection within one of these boxes, one of these DGXs, that allows us to connect 8 GPUs together with very high bandwidth and very low overhead. They can essentially read and write memory as if it was all one big shared memory. Then the next step up is to combine these DGXs with Mellanox switches and InfiniBand interconnect to build a DGX superpod up to the point where it can be one of the fastest supercomputers in the world with this seamless interconnect to allow us to build machines that can train extremely large deep learning models on very large data sets. Now, complementing our work on those products was our work on accelerators. We started work on NVDLA, which is an open sourced accelerator, probably around 2012 or 2013. And like most accelerators, the core of it is a big matrix multiply unit, a big array of multiply accumulators. But two things make NVDLA a little bit special. Even at this point in time, we realize the importance of sparsity. But we use sparsity here for compression. As you read things out of this unified 512 kilobyte buffer, we basically store only the non-zeros in this buffer along with bit masks for which ones are non-zeros. And we decompress them as we feed them into the MAC array. So this basically gives us a multiplier on bandwidth and a multiplier on storage from compression, from sparsity. The other thing we do is we gate the MAC array. So when we feed a 0 into the MAC array, we don't actually feed a 0 in. We toggle a single line saying, I am a 0. And it basically freezes that element of the MAC array. So none of its data lines toggle. And its output simply sends, I am a 0. And that basically, we get all the energy savings from sparsity. We burn no energy toggling the data lines to 0 and then from 0 for the next non-zero number. The other thing we put into the NVDLA, which is somewhat novel, is native support for Winograd transforms. As people widely know, if you want to do a convolution, it takes, if it's an n by n convolution, it takes n squared operations to do it in the spatial domain. But if I do it in the frequency domain, it's a single operation. Convolution becomes pointwise multiply in the transform domain. And so we provide support for transforming using the Winograd transform, which winds up being more efficient than using a Fourier transform for this. And this gives relatively large gains on certain image nets. Skipping over a number of years, some of our most recent work, which we published in 2019, we've actually built a tool that searches the design space of neural network accelerators. And with this tool, we've produced a number of designs. The tool is called Magnet, that wind up having this character where we have a vector unit of multiple lanes of multiple vectors each. So this can perform, say, if it's 8 lanes of 8 wide vectors, 64 multiply-adds per cycle. And what we found is that if we want to get very good performance per watt, we have to carefully manage the movement of data in this. So we have a 2-dimensional array of these processing elements. We use a data flow that optimizes movement of weights across the rows and partial output activations down the columns, something pioneered by Joel Emmer and Vivian Z at MIT with their work on Iris. And then within each of our PEs, we add an extra level of storage. We not only have a weight buffer and an input buffer, but a weight collector and an accumulator collector. And this allows us, as we tile our loops, turning it into more deeply nested loops to get reuse out of this hierarchical memory hierarchy. Adding this extra level here basically gets us to the point where most of our energy is now in the math and not in accessing the RAMs to feed the math. This shows that result. Before we added that level of collectors, most of our energy was in accessing buffers, everything but the green, either the weight buffers or the input buffers or the output buffers. Once we added our collectors, whether we do what's called a weight stationary, local output stationary, or whether we do an output stationary, local weight stationary, most of our energy is now in the math. And actually using these results, we've basically hit 100 teraops per watt on inference for key models. I do want to spend a little bit of time on future, but let me just observe that with accelerators, we're starting with a matrix multiplier. And then we basically need to very carefully tile our problem, basically take our loops and manipulate it to get the maximum reuse out of a memory hierarchy. We want to exploit sparsity however we can, and then use the right number representation. And as you see, when I talk about future, these same principles will apply. The other thing we'll observe about accelerators is whatever we do in an accelerator, we can ultimately put in the GPU. If you think about a tensor core is really an accelerator, but it's plugged into the GPU because the GPU is an ideal platform for an accelerator. It's got a really awesome on-chip memory system, an off-chip memory system, and it has a programmable engine that can basically fill in all the grout around these matrix multiply operations in both an extremely efficient and extremely flexible way. So as new deep learning algorithms come out, we can exploit them immediately. So we talk about some future directions. How do we continue the innovations that have brought us Huang's law, this doubling of performance every year? So one way I like to look at this is I like to take a look at our latest magnet results. This basically shows where the energy goes. The math is this 47% over here. And look at the biggest chunks in this graph and ask, what can we do that will reduce the area of those chunks? Well, a big chunk here is math. And one direction I'm very excited about, and I'll talk about it in a little bit more detail in the next several slides, is moving to yet another number representation. And this is representing numbers in a log number representation. Multiplies turn into adds. Adds you would think become expensive because you have to convert back to integer, but there's actually a clever way of making the adds very cheap. And what we find is that what would take 8 bits with an integer representation, we can buy with 5 or 6 bits in a log number representation. If we can do better tiling, we can reduce the memory energy. Almost everything on the right side here, except for this little green area here, is memory energy. And circuits can play a big role as well, both in memory and communication, which is a little 6% wedge there. We're still looking at ways of getting more out of sparsity than we've gotten with Ampere. And process does give us a little bit. So let me go through each of these. Representing things with a log number representation, our value function is like this. We have a sign bit that determines whether it's a positive or negative number. And then we basically interpret the remaining bits as an exponent of 2. And it has to be a fractional exponent. If we simply use an integer exponent, the jumps between numbers are too big. We can't accurately represent things. Various numbers just have to get, you don't have to round up to 4 or down to 2. You'd like to be able to represent things between there. So we have some number of bits of integer exponent, some number of bits of fractional exponent. So with this particular 4.3 format, we have a dynamic range of 10 to the 5th, which is phenomenal. That's, you would need, 18-bit integers to get that. And we have a worst case accuracy of 4%, which is also quite good. Versus in integer 8, which has a dynamic range of 100 and a worst case accuracy of 33%. It's better on both counts with the same number of bits. And that's why we can usually get by with far fewer bits with a log format than an integer format without losing precision. You can apply offsets to this. I'm not going to talk about that. And you also need a little bit of special treatment for numbers near 0. So those of us who are old enough that when we started our engineering education, we use slide rules for our calculations. They're very familiar with the log number system because that's how slide rules work. The numbers on a slide rule are positioned logarithmically. So by sliding these two scales across each other, placing one number you want to multiply against one and then reading off on the other number is how you multiply numbers. You're essentially adding them linearly and then reading off on the log scale the answer. What's really great about the log number system is that the error is proportional to the magnitude of the number. If you have an integer representation, the error, which you can think of as basically the size of the steps on the value function, is the same across the representation. So in terms of a percentage, it's extremely large at the small numbers. I mean, it's 100% before you get to the first step. But after the first step, it's 33% maximum on that step. And then it gets smaller as you go on. On the log number representation, it's 9% everywhere. You basically scale the error as the numbers get bigger. So you put more of your symbols where they do the most good. And this is particularly important for deep learning, where if you look at the typical distribution of weights, they're clustered around 0. You want to have good accuracy down here near 0 where most of your weights are. Whereas the integer representation has really cruddy accuracy down there because it's spending too many symbols up here where there aren't any weights. So we have worked out a lot of details for this. I'll refer you to this patent document if you want to get the details. Let me move on to sparsity. And I'll also say that if you read that document, you'll figure out how we can do the adds very cheaply in the log number system. So we've made a great step forward with Ampere and exploiting sparsity. There's more to come. It turns out it's very hard to get real advantage from sparsity and arithmetic performance, because as soon as you start exploiting the irregular sparse matrix, the reduction you get in arithmetic ops gets swamped by the cost of that irregularity. And I have sketched at least a dozen different designs for this, and none of them do as well as the system that's in Ampere. A lot of them have problems with glitching. You'll wind up with multiplexers that try to select the non-zeros, and they'll switch the output into the arithmetic unit several times per cycle. Turns out there are ways of getting around that. And we've built several prototypes, the efficient inference engine and the sparse convolutional neural network accelerator give marginal gains at the system level. And Ampere is a great start. We get 2x out of that. But I think that there's a 10x to be had here. And I think we need to exploit sparse activations as well as weights and lower density for the weight activations. And we're looking at ways to do that without getting swamped by that irregularity. So almost as much energy here is in memories as there is in the math units. What we observe is that the memories that we really cycle the most are those last level collectors, and they're small, read mostly memories. We get some reuse out of them. So you'll write them once, read them 32 times for each time you write them. So you want to optimize the read performance. One way to do that is to move the output multiplexer all the way to the consumer. So you basically incur the energy of charging those wires once when you write the memory array, and then every time you read it, you're just selecting a multiplexer right at the math unit. And then there's things we can do in the communication circuits. This is a paper we published at ISSCC a number of years ago, where we show how we can reduce the energy by 4x by essentially using every electron twice, using it once on half the supply, and then again on the lower half of the supply. So almost all the energy numbers I've been presenting, I've showed you so far for 16 nanometers. And while process technology is not getting us as much as it used to when we used to scale supply voltage back when we were doing node scaling, the capacitance of nodes still scales somewhat slower than linear because of the complexity of the lithography. But I think we can expect another factor of 2 to 2.5x. And since we're trying to double performance every year, we need everything we can get. So let me wrap up here, and then when you actually see this, I'll be live for questions and answers. So our GPU inference performance is doubling every year, Huang's law. And this has come about because of better number representation, basically putting the bits where they'll do the most good and using just as many bits as we need to reduce the number of bits in the computations, going from FP32 to int8. Complex instructions to amortize the overhead, going from a single floating multiply accumulate to double dot product 4 to half precision matrix multiply accumulate and integer matrix multiply accumulate. With Ampere, we exploit sparsity. And I didn't go into a lot of the details of plumbing. Basically, as we've improved the performance, we've had to make sure that we have the ability to feed these units, for example, by directly transferring data from L2 to shared and the like, and making sure those data paths are wide enough so that the math is a limiting factor and not getting the data to it. Another aspect of plumbing is being able to scale out by having NVLink and very good support for InfiniBand switches, so we can build large pods to accelerate big language models. We've experimented a lot with accelerators, both to enable people who want to build embedded systems. Our MDDLA is open source and they can just use it for that, as well as to experiment with new techniques that we expect will ultimately find their way into our GPUs. And in NVIDIA research, we're very focused on the problem of how do we keep doubling this inference performance every year. We've got a number of things queued up that we're investigating that may work or may not work. I'm personally very excited about log number systems, ways of more aggressively exploiting sparsity, and being very aggressive about memory and communication circuits. And then we basically don't have to do anything to get that 2 to 2.5x that we're going to get to process as we move down to 5 nanometers and ultimately 3 nanometers. So I will say goodbye for now from Incline Village. I'm up here in the sort of middle upper part of this chart, and I will be live when this is actually presented to take questions.
Thank you so much, Bill, and welcome to Norrköping and WASP4ALL event. There's a question for you from the chat from researcher Luigi Nardi. I'm reading straight from the chat. Thanks for your inspiring talk. I wonder if you can comment on the design space exploration capabilities of the NVIDIA chip process making. How automated is the optimization of the chip design at NVIDIA? Is it mostly manually optimized by expert computer architects, or is AI used in the process?
That's a good question. So certainly a very large human element, especially for our product chips, where a lot of judgment goes in. We typically have a number of suggested improvements for each generation, and we do a very careful evaluation of those to see what the cost is in both die area and energy and an engineering time, and then pick which ones give the greatest return for that investment. There's a lot of automated design space exploration that goes into some of the investigations, though. The research project Magnet that I referenced actually is a tool for design space exploration. It explores different possible ways of building accelerators. Of course, it's it can't do every way. It only can do the ones that we've coded up. But it searches that design space quite efficiently and comes up with the most efficient accelerator designs in terms of width of vector units, number of vector units, sizes of the different levels of memory hierarchy, number of levels of memory hierarchy, and what the data flows or tilings of the loop nests are. So it's a combination of both of automated design space exploration with human judgment applied to that.
Thanks, Bill. Anders, what are you curious about hearing more from Bill about?
Well, first of all, Bill, thank you very much for a very inspiring presentation of the current status and your future directions. At our previous WASP4ALL meeting, we had a very nice presentation about novel ways of dealing with technologies such as processor in memory technologies. You had a list of the potential future directions that you see for next generation of increasing performance, such as sparsity and all those other things that you listed there. Could you give us a little bit of a flavor for the short term, which you see as the most potential ones, and also most long term, and also which ones are outside of your list that you are excited about, that they're so far away that you don't even want to mention them immediately?
Oh, that's a good question. So I can't comment on really short-term things because that would be talking about unannounced products. But I think the number representations moving to some kind of a log format is pretty well evaluated at this point. So I think that we're very confident is going to succeed, and so we'll be on the list of things being considered for very near-term future GPUs. I think that of the things on the list, probably the one that we're not as clear on is getting that going from 2x on sparsity to 10x, because that has proved surprisingly elusive to do. Things that aren't even on the list yet, that's a good one. I mean, we're constantly looking at things like analog and optical approaches to doing neural networks, and we've not yet found one of those approaches that seems credible when compared against conventional digital approaches. And digital wins once you consider the overheads of A to D converters and D to A converters and the what's required for storage and movement of the data, and not just the matrix multiply and accumulate. So I would say those things are far off the horizon. We don't see those being practical in the near term.
Great. Thank you very much. Just as a very brief follow-up question on that. As you know, we have just invested in the large-scale NVIDIA system here at Linköping University, the system called Vazirgiannis. And what's your advice to people who are sitting there running their small-scale jobs on perhaps single GPUs, and the mind-boggling challenge of scaling up to a size of that machine? What's your advice? How do we approach this?
Oh, I don't think that'll be difficult at all. We have the opposite problem in that our researchers have an insatiable appetite for more cycles and larger machines. So even though we've built a bunch of large machines like Selene, which I think is quite similar to Vazirgiannis, we cannot keep. We basically cannot satisfy our researchers. There's still long queues of people waiting to get access to the machine. I found that researchers always have an idea of if they can only have a bigger network or train on more data, they could get better results, and so they're eager to run larger experiments.
Great, I couldn't agree more. Thank you very, very much for taking your time. I know that is early over there for you, and we appreciate your presentation and the fact that you could be online with us. Thank you very much, Bill.
Well, thank you, and have a great day.
So let's dig deeper into the area of engaging industry and academia in research collaboration. I'd like to see if research director at Ericsson, and who is also the director of WASP Research Arenas, Torbjörn Lundahl, is with us today.
I'm with you, Beata.
Hi, Torbjörn.
Hi.
So what I'd like to talk to you about is, just because we are going to hear more about the WASP arenas, tell us briefly, what is a research arena in your definition?
A research arena is really a playground where we can enable the academia to meet the industry, perform interesting research and cooperate. I think the purpose is bidirectional. One is for the industry to get the opportunity to inspire academia to focus research into certain challenges. And the other purpose on the other direction is to show and demonstrate the validity and the value of research results into the industry, and by therefore promote the uptake and the fast uptake and broad uptake into commercial products in the industry and the society. I think in essence, substantially, the arena can differ very much. I mean, an arena could be a place where we create physical resources, which is very much the case when it comes to public safety and robotics. You will hear more about the arenas later on here, where we create the physical resources to do tests and experiments. But it could also be, like for some of the other arenas, more where we create data sets and common, more abstract resources which we can together work upon, or just to create a meeting place where we can to learn from each other and inspire to do new projects as such. So it differs a little bit between the different arenas.
We're going to meet the project managers for several of the arenas. Anything in specific that you think I should ask them about?
I think you should ask a lot. I think one is, if we take the public safety, I think that has gone on for a while, and I think it's very interesting to hear Jesper to conclude a little bit about the learnings experience and maybe also some proposals on way forward, good suggestions to the other. I think Christoph with the software is, I have to find the right word, it's not on the side, but I mean it differs a little bit from the other. The other is autonomous systems AI. Software is more a generic tool, but it's extremely important to be able to realize all the ideas we do create with AI algorithms and the media and other things. And I think that's something we have promoted from the industry for a very, very long time. So try to dig a little bit deeper on how we actually interact here and to convey the results here from Christoph's arena into the industry. I think when it comes to the media, it's of course all the new interesting companies that we brought into the picture. I think WASP really originated from a sort of a profession around a certain group of researchers, and I think Johanna has brought in a whole new set of companies and new ideas that we will enrich, I think, other parts of the WASP program and the other arenas to a great extent. Then we have, of course, robotics with the Industry 4.0, and I think the future of the factory without any personnel. And of course, we need to be able to have some computer resources, which Johan is working on. So I think you have a lot to ask here, a lot to dig under the surface.
Thanks for helping me moderate. I've also prepared questions, so you'll meet these project managers very briefly. Just a short film about the research arenas, and I'll see you later, Torbjörn.
Yes, thanks.
I'd like to welcome Johanna Björklund, Project Manager for Research Arena Media and Language, Johan Eker, Project Manager for Common, and Jesper Tordenlind, Project Manager for Public Safety. Warm welcome to all of you. If I start with you, Johanna, why is the research arena needed in your field?
So media and language technology, they are general purpose technologies, so they are applicable, well, all over the board in the industry. And unless we have a joint arena, then there's a real risk that people will be working in silos. Now the cat came, which is not resource efficient, and it's also, and it's also a bit lonely. So I'm thinking that if we have a joint arena, then we can collaborate and make better progress. And then the second reason is because we have media technology all over the board. It means that we can get data sets from many different domains. And I believe that in the research community, there is a greater awareness of the importance of high quality data sets. So rather a little bit of gold than a lot of garbage. And that's what we're trying to give our researchers. So a lot of gold actually from a lot of different industry domains.
What has sparked the most interest from Swedish industry, Johanna?
The most sorry, can you please repeat the question?
What has
I was not
sparked the
quite prepared.
most interest from your arena, from Swedish industry, about your arena?
I think that many people have waited for this kind of joint platform for long-term collaboration. So not so look where the state of the art will be in 5 years or 10 years, and not. I mean, there are very good efforts like with Vinnova and AI Sweden, but then it's more about technology transfer, and this is rather about what kind of future would we like to form together.
Great.
So I think that this sticks out. Mm-hmm.
Johan, what opportunities do your arena offer?
I mean, Vara Common is a compute platform for researchers. We offer place for researchers to develop services and host long-running services, and we are open to all the researchers and the projects, but also open to other Varas. So hence the name Vara Common. So we are the compute platform for among Vara PS, Vara Software, and hopefully Vara Media in the future. But at the same time, we're also a large-scale cloud laboratory where we run cloud services and we let researchers in to get a peek on how a cloud service is running and the full size of a data center, you know, from the facilities to the cloud services. And I think that's it's a rather unique setup that we have.
Mm-hmm. So Jesper, how are your arenas connected? What's your connection to Johan and Vara Common?
Yeah, I'm so proud when I see the movies here with all the stuff that can be put together, doing things together. And from what you see, that the boats and the flying vehicles perform data collection and experimentation. All of them produce data, and in real time they calculate and do algorithms on that, and all those are run in UL Cloud. And I really look forward to. We have started discussions how to integrate the media, and I think, as you saw, we don't. We need more than cats to look at. So for media, we can look at boats and objects in the terrain. So hopefully bring in really interesting data for annotation in our media.
Yeah.
We want.
Jesper, how do you want to collaborate with the research arena, media and language?
We are just in the beginning here too, and so I see a lot of interesting projects that we can come up. But from our perspective in Vara PS, we really like to see more research on human and automation interaction. So communication between humans and robots in different ways. I think there could be interfaces to be investigated. So that's challenges to see how we can do projects together there.
So cool. Johan, what's the role of AI in your research arena?
I mean, running a data center and a cloud service is a rather complex operation. And we use AI to improve the availability of services, to make them, and also to make them more sustainable. It's a lot of power that goes into running all those servers and the cooling. So if we can do this smarter by collecting data and using AI algorithms to tune the facilities and how we schedule workloads, then we can lower the energy usage and thereby make it a more sustainable setup. And this is something that we plan to develop further during the coming year. So that is the direction we're taking. What's
so unique with sort of the large-scale test environment that you're creating, Johan?
I think what's unique with us is that we have access to everything from the ground up, and everything is we have measurements and sensors everywhere from the cooling equipment to the IT hardware to the cloud service. And I think that having this full stack and having that data available is unique to us.
Johanna, can you tell us a little bit more about the focus of your arena, media and language, and what do you hope to accomplish in, say, 3 to 5 years?
The first thing I want to do, and I think it's a soft goal, but it's the most important, and that's to form a national community around media and language AI that cuts across scientific discipline and industry areas. So that's the one thing. Then also when we have these people together, to get them to align agendas and research focus so that we don't dig 100 little holes, but rather one big hole. And then finally get really good data sets. I'm sure that will, lead to immense progress. So curate data, have gold standard manually annotated, and also offer benchmarking. So good data sets, and then we go for there. I mean, I'm bringing the good people together, and then we set out the agenda together.
Great. Jesper, what do you hope to accomplish?
I think what could be a next step here is that when we show things, we show research from different domains, for example, underwater and air domain and the land domain. All those are quite unique things to put that together, and we've got a lot of international interest there. So I hope to have some really good projects starting up, and hopefully some of them will be international collaboration also, and that our VARAs together can boost that from a good platform.
Yeah, it's that's the super collaboration, the collaboration between the research arenas. Thank you so much for joining. And please, if you have time, can you go into the chat and see if there are any questions for the three of you? Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
We have another group of project managers that will meet now. It's Christoph Reichenbach. He's the project manager for VARA Software, and Jonas Larsson, project manager for Research Arena Robotics. Welcome to WASP4ALL event. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Christoph, why is the Research Arena necessary in your field?
So software, of course, plays a large role in everything that happens around us. And Sweden has a long tradition of doing software-related research. So research that tries to essentially help us build better and more reliable software. There are roughly two strands, if you look at it in more detail. One of them is already very close to the way in which software is developed in the industry. But there's also another more speculative strand, where researchers try to propose new tools, perhaps even new programming languages, and then try to evaluate those. Now, the challenge with the second strand is that this kind of research has a long lead time. So there's a high risk of losing connection to the industry, which is then really unfortunate because it's much less likely that we get tools that really help the Swedish industry. So that's really our motivation here, that we want to make sure that what the Swedish researchers in software technology are doing is well aligned with what the Swedish industry needs, and that the industry is well connected to the opportunities that they can get out of collaborating with us here. So the other goals that we have are, however, also relevant. And I think the main one is that we want to produce graduates, so PhD and master students, that have a really good understanding of what is happening and what is needed in the Swedish industry, and know when and how to apply software tools to help in that industry.
Jonas, what about your field, robotics? Why is it so valuable with a research arena connecting research and industry?
Well, first of all, the Aura Robotics is about industrial robotics, and from that point of view, the manufacturing industry will have to become a lot more flexible and productable in future. So this is the obvious reason for a factory to become flexible. The robots need to be autonomous, and this is not it needs to be improved. From the other point of view, I think from research, I think a robot is a complex system, and it is also interacting with auxiliary systems. So to do research within robotics, you will have to have a proper infrastructure to reduce the overhead of research and evaluation of research. I think this is basically two sides of the same coin.
What parts of your research has sparked the most interest, Jonas, in the industry?
It is, I would say, the AI part. So we need to increase the system's, let's say, capability of make sense out of the sensor data. it needs to be able to cooperate with humans, and I think this is and also perform actually tasks that are not possible today with the use of let's say flexible systems and sensor inputs.
Christoph, you said before, if you want to understand any kind of autonomous system, you need to understand software. Why is the area of software still so challenging? Why is that not kind of a solved problem yet?
Yes, well, there are many things that make software really challenging to deal with. First of all, software is everywhere and keeps changing all the time. If we look at all the research that's happening in WASP, for instance, most, if not all of it, is expressed in terms of software. That is, new pieces of software that are developed and then tested in the lab and ultimately taken and glued together with software, usually, in some term. And even there, we still have trouble with things as simple as making sure that the software fits together like a plug into a socket. But there are other causes of complexity here, just in the environment in which software is developed. Software engineers work with tools and programming languages, and these keep changing on a daily basis. And many of the things that we've figured out about how to use them effectively aren't really easily transferable to the next generation necessarily. You could probably keep hundreds of software engineers employed just making sure that all these insights that we already have are applicable to all the ways in which people are developing software these days. But we still need those tools. We need these tools to process software, because even for something as everyday as a smartphone that you might be using all the time, the number of lines of code, the number of lines of source code in that mobile phone exceeds hundreds of millions of lines of code, which is far too much for a human to read or comprehend, even in an entire lifetime. So we can't really rely on humans alone to handle this. We need tools and techniques that allow us to scale to realistic software, so that even if a single bit somewhere flips, which can already cause a program to crash, we are able to catch that.
Christoph, one final question. Yes or no, will AI replace software?
No. I do not expect that to happen soon. I mean, I can't predict what will happen in 50 years. As they say, predictions are difficult, especially the ones about the future. But what I'm seeing in the coming years is that we will have a lot of connections, new connections that we haven't seen or predicted before, between the way in which AI is able to process things and the way in which we humans manually specify and analyze and reason about matters, that allow us to co-evolve software systems by using both at the same time.
Okay. Thank you, Christoph Reichenbach and Jonas Larsson, for joining us. And we'll hear more about the arenas. I'd like to just call back briefly Torbjörn Lundahl. Torbjörn?
Yes.
How do you evaluate an arena? How do you know if you succeeded in your ambitions?
Yeah, we had this discussion just a short while ago, and we did have a little bit of a review of the program now. We call this VARA 2.0, and we learned a lot from the VARA PS that we've been running for a couple of years. And what we're saying now is that the whole purpose of VARA is that to support the research in the WASP community. So I think a major criteria when we succeed is the number of publications or number of PhD students that actually publish their results in connection to the arena. I mean, how much can we actually contribute and add value to the research as such? But I think the second part that we really want to evaluate also is how good we are to create new constellations, and that is constellations among different research groups over the universities, but also between different professions in the academia, as well as to integrate different companies. I mentioned in the beginning how important it was now for our media and language part, which began really with the publishing of web companies, and all of us, we understand the obvious thing that they would like to be able to analyze media content in different ways and to understand media. But then quite fast, ABB raised a hand and say, if our robots now are going to be intelligent, I mean, they of course have to be able to communicate and understand what the humans are doing, and we need to have robots and humans communicating. So suddenly we bring up the whole industry of publishing and that challenges into a very classical industrial context, which I think is quite unique, and it's really a lot of value. And also, I mean, it's not about reading a text on the web for us. It's really about, if we cannot get the robots to communicate with humans, we will create a world with robots and then a world with humans, and never will they meet. Maybe the robots will live in southern Sweden and we will live in northern Sweden, but we don't want that type of world in the future.
There are other initiatives like this in the world. In what way are the WASP arenas unique?
I think most of the initiatives I know about is more about innovation. So the type of projects that Vinnova is running, where we are very close to commercial applications in different ways, and those we have a lot in EU and also other parts of the world, and they have a great value, so no doubt about that. But I think this the deep integration here between industry and basic research, I think is really unique. And I think also the discussions we have with senior researchers around the world, when we present the WASP program and the whole concept, that academia can bring along industry representative actually adds a lot of value and a lot of attraction. So I think that is really unique.
The industry integration. Thank you so much, Torbjörn Lundahl, for joining and for the work that you and the project managers of the research arenas are doing. Thank you.
Thanks.
Guys, it's time to wrap up, but before I let Anders and Amy finalize the day and make some conclusions, I'm going to put a question in the chat, which would be really helpful for us if you just spent a minute or so telling us, what did you find most valuable today? Most valuable. Doesn't need to be a long answer, but just what did you find most valuable? And with that, I'm turning here to Anders Ynnerman and Amy Loutfi. A day like this is planned for a long time, and then it happens, and then suddenly you're at the end of the program. Anders, instead of looking just at the day, if you're looking ahead, can you sort of paint a picture of where WASP is going?
I think the first years of WASP has really sort of laid out the foundation for where we are heading, and in terms of recruitments and in terms of research projects that we have, the PhD students, the graduate school, all of those instruments are in place. And what I'm really excited about now is how we are building on top of that, how we can form constellations of researchers that are moving into the unknown, doing things together in a collaborative manner that we have not been able to do before. And also the exciting collaborations with the other programs that are now appearing, like the data-driven life science, for instance. I'm very excited about all these possibilities that we have created.
When will we enter the real AI era?
It's here.
It's here. Okay. Amy, behind this day and behind the event are a lot of people that I think should get a few words of recognition.
Absolutely. Like you said, it was a long time planning this event, and we really want to extend our gratitude to the production team, to all of the people at the program office that have been really helping us in all of the various steps in putting this day together. Thank you very much as well to all the speakers and all the listeners for asking questions. And certainly last but not least, thank you very much to you, Beata, for moderating today so very well.
It was my pleasure. I learned so much. Thank you.
I'll be your sidekick anytime.
Great. Do you want to say a few concluding words, Anders?
Sure. You know, I think this has been an amazing day in many different ways, and I think it's really a way of showing what kind of impact WASP has on Sweden, the academic community, the connections to industry in the area of AI. And also looking at a little bit at the plans for the future, which is exciting. Now, one of the things that I will carry with me today is how impressed I am by how good our researchers, in particular the younger ones, are at presenting their research and making it accessible to this wider audience of people coming from many different research domains. It's not easy to present hardcore research in a way that is accessible to a wider community. So I think all the speakers did a great job of that today. Thank you very much for spending the time and the effort in doing that for us. I also think that we have found an excellent format in terms of mixing conversations, videos, presentations, interviews. And we all know that the last thing we want to do is to spend a whole day in front of Zoom and video conferencing after this past year that has been extraordinary in many different ways. So, and I think this format, this sort of lightweight format, is the way to go. And thank you very much to the organizers for setting this up, for Amy to chairing the program committee, and for Beata to guiding us through this day in such an excellent way. So I can't think of any better way of concluding today's event by saying a big thank you to everyone who's been a part of the program, all the speakers, and everyone who's been contributing to WASP4ALL 2021. Thank you.
I'm going to give the last word from the chat to Danica. Fantastic job, everybody. If you're not part of WASP yet, I think it's clear now why you should become. Thank you, everyone.